Chapter 7:25. Everyone looked over and saw a black shadow in the ocean. It was extremely fast, but they didn't know what kind of creature it was. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. It's so fast. Could it be a ferocious beast from the deep sea? Lin Feng furrowed his brows. Li Shangyuan said, "Brother Lin, there's no need to worry. With such a large fleet, even the sea tribe won't dare to attack us." Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything else. "Senior brother, are we really going to let that kid go?" In the distance, a group of people from Blood Soul Island coldly looked at Lin Feng. Li Rong's eyes were filled with resentment. Song Yunqing said, "This person is most likely a descendant of a high-ranking member of the Central Union of Spirit Spellmasters. Now is not the time to act. After entering the ruins of God, there will be plenty of opportunities. Then we'll let that kid live for a few more days." The cultivators from Blood Soul Island sneered. The fleet continued to sail deeper into the ocean. Meanwhile, on a massive island 50,000 kilometers away, the 9 pirate kings and the sea tribe gathered. Originally, the 9 pirate kings were hostile towards each other. They didn't interact with each other. However, this time, the sea tribe had gathered the 9 pirate kings. The 9 pirate kings were extremely powerful. Not only were they powerful, but they also had many powerful subordinates. The 9 pirate kings were Madame Yu, Sea Demon King, Rogers, Barbossa, Shui Zhonghua, Xiao Tianfeng, Heavenly Wind God, Arthur, and Dragon Eye. The 9 pirate kings' power wasn't limited to the East Sea. The 9 pirate kings could be found in the East, South, West, North, Sea of Death, Sea of Darkness, and Endless Sea. Arthur, the most mysterious master of the Endless Sea, the #1 person in the Age of Exploration, and the first pirate king in history. The captain of the Divine Punishment pirate ship. However, due to his age, his prestige was not as great as before. However, he was still one of the 9 pirate kings. Rogers. Once a sailor on King Arthur's pirate ship, he stood on his own and became the captain of the Ship of Death by chance. He gained control of the Ship of Death, which had existed since ancient times. His power greatly increased, and he became the pirate king of the Sea of Death. Later, his subordinate Barbossa betrayed him, and the Ship of Death was taken away. Rogers went deep into the netherworld, found the legendary Hell pirate ship, and became the new master of the Hell pirate ship. Barbossa, Pirate King Rogers' trusted aide, vice captain. However, he was very greedy. On the night that Rogers was drunk, he staged a coup and stole Rogers' Ship of Death, becoming the new owner of the Ship of Death. Later, he went to the South Sea and became the Lord of the South Sea. Madame Yu, Pirate Queen of the North Sea, the captain of the Evil Dragon pirate ship. She inherited the huge caravan left behind by her previous husband and gradually developed it into one of the strongest pirate groups in the Northern Sea. 3,000 years ago, during the Northern Sea campaign, she wiped out the other 3 pirate groups and established herself as the pirate king of the Northern Sea. Sea Goblin King, the last patriarch of the Sea Goblin clan, one of the most mysterious clans of the Sea Goblin clan, the captain of the All Fiends pirate ship. With the remnants of the Sea Demon tribe as the foundation, they established one of the most powerful pirate forces. They were mainly active in the Nether Sea, the central region of the North Sea, and the West Sea. Therefore, he was also known as the Master of the Nether Sea. Xiao Tianfeng, the legendary son of the Wind God, the captain of the Storm pirate ship, the pirate king of the Storm Ocean. He was also one of the most low-profile pirate kings among the 9 great pirate kings. Generally speaking, the Storm pirate team rarely participated in anything that happened. Xiao Tianfeng was more willing to watch from the sidelines. Heavenly Wind God, the legendary son of the Wind God, the pirate king of the East Sea. Dragon Eye, the legendary man with the eyes of the heavenly dragon, the owner of the heavenly dragon pirate ship, the pirate king of the West Sea. The sea tribe sure is arrogant. They actually made us 9 great pirate kings wait here. Dragon Eye angrily slammed the table. Madam, you said indifferently, the sea tribe has always been like this. The Sea Goblin King said, Madam, are you scolding us indirectly? Madam, you pursed her lips and said, Did I scold you? Barbossa, look at how pale your face is. Have you been cursed by the ship of death? Ha 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 ha. Sooner or later, I'll take the ship of death back. Roger sneered as he looked at Barbossa. Barbossa pursed his lips and said, Be careful, or I'll take your ship of death instead. Rogers sneered. We'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Chaos ensued. I've kept you all waiting. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe walked over. This middle-aged man had 2 horns on his head. He was a cultivator who had transformed into a dragon. I thought the Dragon King would come personally. I didn't think he'd send you. King Arthur sneered. This was King Arthur's time when he dominated the seas. He had interacted with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace before. My elder brother wanted to come personally, but he was too busy and couldn't make it, so he sent me instead. Please forgive me, Aeolus said apologetically. Barbossa said coldly, Speak. Why did you summon us? I'm sure the pirate kings already know about the opening of the divine ruins, right? Aeolus said with a smile. So what if we know? I've already entered the divine ruins once. You can only go there once, and you won't be able to obtain any opportunities there. Dragon Eye pursed his lips. No, the opening of the divine ruins this time is different from the past. Aeolus said. The heavenly wind god asked, What's different? The rumored divine tree of life will appear in the depths of the divine ruins. Aeolus said, What? Divine tree of life? Wasn't the tree of life completely destroyed in the ancient era? Barbossa said in shock. The other pirate kings also looked toward Aeolus. Evidently, this news was indeed shocking. That's right, it was indeed destroyed. However, a portion of the divine tree of life was left behind. A portion of it is sealed in the depths of the divine ruins. Everyone, you should know what the divine tree of life represents. If we can obtain it, it can continuously replenish our lifespans. Although we have 20 to 30,000 years of lifespan now, we will still die of old age. However, if we obtain the divine tree of life, even if we can't live forever, our lifespans will be limitless. Aeolus said, Haha, the divine tree of life. That's great. The 9 pirate kings all laughed. We need a blood sacrifice to open the restriction in the depths of the divine ruins. We need the blood, flesh, and essence of countless cultivators. Aeolus said, Cultivators from the 3,000 states are rushing here from all over. Fleets are also continuously sailing toward the divine ruins. Each fleet has at least a few million cultivators. Madam, you said with a smile. Then let the blood of cultivators dye the ocean red. Chapter 7:26. The night was dark. There was no moon. The sky was pitch black. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. It was already late at night. The fleet continued to move deeper into the sea. But at this time, pirate ships surrounded them from all directions. There were over 1,000 pirate ships. There were too many of them. Long Yen stood on the heavenly dragon pirate ship and looked at the fleet in the distance. He laughed sinisterly. This fleet is not small. I'm afraid there are more than 20 million people, right? Over 1,000 pirate ships quietly surrounded them. When they got close to the fleet, the 9 pirate kings gave the order to attack at the same time. These pirate ships were all equipped with the best spirit stone cannons. burning spirit stones. The power of the attack was astonishing. Boom, 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 over 1,000 pirate ships. In addition to the 9 pirate kings' ships, all of them attacked. The spirit stone cannons were ignited, attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, blasted out. It could be said that it was destroying the heavens and earth. Not good. Enemy attack. At this time, the fleet also realized that something was wrong. The defensive restrictions of the 36 giant ships were activated. Bang, bang, bang. Dense cannonballs landed on the giant ship. Even the huge warship was shaken. It shook violently. What happened? The cultivators resting in the cabin were alarmed. Someone ran to the deck and looked into the distance. His face was pale. He looked into the distance. He saw that the densely packed pirate ships had completely surrounded this place. All 9 pirate kings are here. Some cultivators recognized the pirate flags. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The 9 pirate kings were famous. Why did they all run to the East Sea? Was it also because of the ruins of God? Now that they were surrounded by the 9 pirate kings, this was troublesome. Break out with all your strength. The captains on the giant warships roared in panic. Even though they often went to sea, this was the first time they had seen such a scene. The 9 pirate kings, they were all mythical existences. Today, they had come together. The spirit stone cannons of the 36 giant ships were also set up. They locked onto a direction. They began to frantically break out. But in the end, the 36 giant ships were separated by the pirate ships. Under the siege of the pirate ships, the restrictions on the giant ships were destroyed. Then, the ships were destroyed. Countless cultivators died, tragically. The giant ships began to crack. Some cultivators frantically flew into the distance. They wanted to escape. However, the fate of those who flew into the air was even worse. A dense barrage of spirit stone cannonballs flew out. The cultivators, who were flying into the air, were killed on the spot. There were also a dozen giant ships. Then, the ships fled into the distance. Yao, take a group of pirate ships and chase after them. On the demon god ship, the heavenly wind god spoke to a woman. Yes, Lord Father. The woman replied. This woman was actually Feng Yaorao. Lin Feng had seen Feng Yaorao before. At that time, Feng Yaorao, Lu Piaomiao, and the others had besieged the Scarlet Flame Lion Beast King in order to obtain the profound underworld dark flame fruit. This Feng Yaorao wanted to kill Lu Piaomiao and snatch her treasure. Lin Feng saved Lu Piaomiao and met Feng Yaorao. He was worried that Feng Yaorao would search his soul. Lin Feng came up with an idea. He told Feng Yaorao that he would marry her within 10 years. Feng Yaorao was angry and embarrassed. She was angry because he dared to confess to her with a mere martial master cultivation. She was embarrassed because she was a woman after all. Hearing a man confess to her, she would naturally feel embarrassed. The embarrassed and angry Feng Yaorao didn't attack Lin Feng. Instead, she quickly left. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Yaorao became even more enchanting. However, Lin Feng obviously didn't expect Feng Yaorao to be the daughter of the East Seas Pirate King, the Heavenly Wind God. Feng Yaorao led a dozen pirate ships to chase after the giant ship in front. The other pirate kings also sent out pirate ships to chase after them. Over 100 pirate ships chased after the escaping giant ship. The two sides engaged in an intense battle on the sea. The giant ship's defense system was already in tatters. We have to abandon the ship and escape. Otherwise, we will all die here. The captain's face was pale. He quickly gave the order to abandon the ship and escape. Then he issued the order. Over 500,000 cultivators escaped from the giant ship into the distance. My lord, don't worry. This subordinate will definitely escort you safely. Jean Junois' face was pale with fright. However, he didn't forget to express his sincerity in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Just take care of yourself. You don't need to worry about my safety." Countless people fled outside. Spirit stone cannons. Over 100 pirate ships fired their spirit stone cannons at the fleeing cultivators. Countless cultivators died tragically. Feng Yaorao also commanded the pirate ships of the East Sea to attack these cultivators. Suddenly, Feng Yaorao's beautiful eyes narrowed. She saw a person in the crowd. "Big sister, are you an immortal? It's hard to even see the country's ruler and country's protector. Today, little brother is able to see big sister here. Is it because I accumulated good karma in my past life? Is it because of fate that I am able to meet you in this life? That's right. I want to marry Fairy Big Sister. I believe that I will definitely have the ability to do so in the future. The first time I saw Big Sister, I admired you. Could it be that Big Sister wants to kill someone who admires her? If Big Sister wants to kill me, I won't regret it because I told myself that what I said just now was the truth. I will definitely marry Fairy Big Sister. I bet that within 10 years, I will be able to cultivate to the Yin Yang realm. If I succeed, I will definitely ask for your hand in marriage." The youth's appearance became more and more solid in her mind. Even though 5 years had passed, Feng Yaorao still remembered many of the words that the youth had said in the past. She was the daughter of the East Seas Pirate King. She had always been a high and mighty figure. Who dared to speak to her in such an impudent manner? Lin Feng was the first. That brat not only dared to express his love, he even dared to say that he wanted to marry her. This made Feng Yaorao have a strange feeling. 5 years passed. Both sides said goodbye. Even though 5 years had passed in a hurry, Feng Yaorao still recognized Lin Feng at first glance. He is really going to cultivate to the Yin Yang realm. Feng Yaorao felt her face burning. In the future, what if he really came to ask for her hand in marriage? Feng Yaorao's heart was in a mess. "Stop! Quickly stop!" Feng Yaorao hurriedly ordered. Although the people of the Devil God Pirates did not know why their young master ordered them to stop, they did not dare to hesitate and quickly stopped. Quickly, break out of the encirclement. The cultivators who were originally heavily surrounded naturally saw this opening and crazily rushed out. "My lord, we are saved." Jean Junois was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Lin Feng was speechless. This guy was actually scared to this extent. This was really a disgrace to the Spirit Array Master Guild. He rushed out together with the crowd. Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. Why did the pirate ships suddenly stop attacking? He looked in the direction of the pirate ships. He could vaguely see a peerlessly enchanting woman. Chapter 727. There's an island ahead. Let's go and rest. A cultivator suggested. After fleeing for their lives, many of them were injured again. After a series of battles, they were already exhausted and needed to rest. Everyone nodded and dragged their tired bodies to land on the island. Lin Feng looked at the group of people around him. There were about 200 people left. Previously, there were more than 1,000 people. However, most of them had died tragically. Everyone landed on the island and hid in a valley to rest. Taoist Master Shangyuan stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the distant sea. It had long since become a sea of blood. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Boundless Taoist Master. Taoist Master Shangyuan sat cross-legged and recited the Taoist scriptures for a while to help the souls of the dead. After Taoist Master Shangyuan finished reciting the scriptures, Lin Feng said, "Taoist Master Shangyuan, rest for a while." We still have to hurry when the sun rises. Taoist Master Shang Yuan sighed and said, "The massacre this time is too serious. Why would the 9 great pirate kings massacre cultivators so wantonly? It doesn't seem like it's for wealth." Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "The world is bustling and everyone is here for profit. In the end, it's also for wealth. However, the wealth of cultivators might not be what the pirate kings want." Taoist Master Shang Yuan thought for a moment and couldn't help but nod. Benefactor Lin is right. The two of them returned to the valley to rest. Zhang Junhua handed a porcelain bottle to Lin Feng as if he was presenting a treasure and said, "Sir, I have an earth-ranked small recovery pill here. It's a healing medicine. Are you injured? If you are, take one and your injuries will quickly recover." Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Zhang Junhua had the personality of a good servant. Lin Feng said, "I'm fine. You can keep this pill for yourself." Then Lin Feng closed his eyes to rest. It was a very restless night. Too many cultivators died, tragically, at sea. Of course, a portion of them escaped. However, the 9 great pirate kings and the sea race sent out pursuers to kill them. When dawn was about to arrive, black fog floated from the sea and surrounded the island. A sinister and terrifying aura spread out. Everyone was startled awake. "Not good, we've been surrounded." Many people looked at the black fog that covered the sky with pale faces. At this moment, 3 cultivators walked out from the black fog. It was a young cultivator dressed in white who looked like a scholar. She was a tall and beautiful woman in an alluring pink dress. The third person was a member of the sea race. He was tall and sturdy and had a single horn on his head. Life-Stealing Scholar by Wuming, Pink Fairy Yu Jiaomei, and an evil flood dragon. A cultivator said with a trembling voice. Obviously, he had recognized the white-clothed scholar and the red-dressed woman. As for the oceanic race cultivator, he only knew that they were from the evil flood dragon clan, but he did not recognize them. Someone actually recognizes us. By Wuming, the life-stealing scholar revealed a gentle smile. This person, no matter how one looked at him, he was handsome and elegant. It was hard to tell that he was a pirate who killed without batting an eyelid. Some of the cultivators who knew their identities were now trembling. His expression was full of despair. Lin Feng whispered, "Elder Zhan, do you know these people?" Zhang Junhua's face was pale as he said, "Lord, I don't know that oceanic race cultivator, but I've heard of that white-clothed cultivator, Bai Wuming, and that woman, Yu Jiaomei. Bai Wuming is the disciple of the pirate king Long Yen, and Yu Jiaomei is the daughter of the pirate king Madame Yu." Zhang Junhua whispered. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. He did not expect these 2 people to have such extraordinary identities. For such a person to appear, there would definitely be many experts following them. And that evil flood dragon of the oceanic race was also a top expert. This was troublesome. Everyone was heavily surrounded. They wanted to escape. It was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. "Let's go." At this time, Jin Tianyu, who was in the crowd, let out a long roar. He took out a powerful treasure. It was a heavenly dragon seal. On the heavenly dragon seal, there were more than 10 heavenly dragons drawn on it. Bang, bang, bang. The heavenly dragon seal was taken out. Suddenly, the bodies of the cultivators around the heavenly dragon seal exploded. The flesh and blood of those cultivators were all devoured by the heavenly dragon seal. Roar. Following that, the heavenly dragon seal quickly grew in size, and a destructive aura surged out from the heavenly dragon seal. The dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. More than a dozen sky dragons circled around the heavenly dragon seal. The aura of the Tao. It surged out from the heavenly dragon seal. Tao artifact. Lin Feng was shocked. This was definitely a Tao artifact. The so-called Tao artifact. It meant that it was a great Tao artifact. Such a treasure had the power to destroy heaven and earth. This Jin Tianyu was the heir of the Tsang Ming State's great golden immortal dynasty. His status was noble. This time, he came to the ruins of God to borrow a Tao artifact. This Tao artifact was called the Heavenly Dragon Seal. Originally, Jin Tianyu wanted to wait until he was fighting for the treasures in the ruins of God and suddenly take out his Tao artifact. He wanted to catch others off guard. But now, life and death crisis. Jin Tianyu couldn't wait until then. He took out his Tao artifact and killed 60 to 70 cultivators. The Heavenly Dragon Seal devoured the flesh and soul of these cultivators and then recovered. The Heavenly Dragon Seal released a divine light that enveloped Jin Tianyu, Liu, and the others. Then, these people wanted to break out of the encirclement. F***CK. This Jin Tianyu killed so many people as a blood sacrifice to activate the Tao artifact. He wants to escape by himself. Many people cursed loudly. This person is really vicious and merciless. Lin Feng thought. When he first met Jin Tianyu, Lin Feng felt that this person was not simple. He was of noble birth, but he would greet everyone with a smile. It seemed that he would never get angry. This kind of person was too patient. This kind of person was the most terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng had always been on guard against Jin Tianyu, and he deliberately distanced himself from Jin Tianyu and the others. Fortunately, he didn't stand with these people just now. Otherwise, he might have been killed by Jin Tianyu's Tao artifact, Heavenly Dragon Seal. It's actually a Tao artifact. We're rich. Bai Wuming shouted in surprise. He waved his right hand. Roar. A roar resounded through the clouds. A treasure was taken out by Bai Wuming. Bai Wuming's strength was extremely terrifying, so he could directly activate a treasure like a Tao artifact without a blood sacrifice. This was a heaven-shattering blade. It was called the White Tiger Heaven-Shattering Blade. It was the pirate King Long Yan's treasure. When Bai Wuming came out to chase after the escaping cultivators, Long Yan gave the White Tiger Heaven-Shattering Blade to Bai Wuming for self-defense. The White Tiger Heaven-Shattering Blade slashed out 1,000-foot-long blade light towards the Heavenly Dragon Seal. Kill these people. The evil Flood Dragon Jr. Count sneered. Kill. The sound of battle shook the heavens and earth. Black fog rolled. Pirates and Oceanids were densely packed. All of them rushed towards Lin Feng and the others in the valley. Break out of the encirclement with all your might, or we'll all die here. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword, roared, and rushed outside. Kid, go to hell. A Oceanid cultivator, who was more than 10 meters tall, smashed towards Lin Feng with a giant hammer. Chapter 7:28. Giant Deep-Sea Demon. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Sea Clan. This Sea Clan was extremely powerful and had boundless strength. This hammer smashed down with a force of 10,000 caddies. It was like a thunderbolt. It suddenly exploded. The destructive power it could cause was extremely terrifying. However, he had chosen the wrong target to attack. Lin Feng moved to the left. He held the sword in his right hand. He easily dodged the attack of the giant deep-sea demon. He leaped up. As he leaped into the air, the long sword in his hand gently swiped across the giant deep-sea demon's neck. Blood immediately spurted out. The giant deep-sea demon roared and fell to the ground, dead. Lin Feng did not stop and quickly broke out of the encirclement. There were constantly bandits and Sea Clan attacking Lin Feng, but they were all killed by Lin Feng. Brat, hand over your life. A cold laugh rang out. More than a dozen bandits rushed towards Lin Feng. These bandits looked at the black dragon sword in Lin Feng's hand with greedy eyes. Although they did not know that the sword in Lin Feng's hand was the famous black dragon sword. However, they could tell that the sword in Lin Feng's hand was definitely not an ordinary item. "This sword is mine," a pirate shouted. "It's mine," another pirate argued. These pirates had not even killed Lin Feng and snatched the black dragon sword, but they had already started fighting amongst themselves. This kind of thing was quite common. Pirates were greedy. Therefore, in order to compete for treasures, pirates of a force could kill each other, and the upper echelons of the pirates could not help but stop this kind of fighting. On the contrary, small-scale fighting amongst themselves could cultivate the ferocity of the pirates. "Let's get rid of this brat first. Then we'll talk about the distribution of the treasures," a pirate shouted. "Then what are we waiting for? Kill him." A group of pirates immediately rushed towards Lin Feng. These pirates were all extremely ferocious. They held different weapons in their hands, be it sabers, swords, axes, etc. They all rushed towards Lin Feng. "You don't know life from death." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. They were just a bunch of ants. He slashed out with his sword. Sword chi. Puff puff, the sound of flesh tearing could be heard. One pirate after another was pierced by the sword chi and was killed on the spot. Lin Feng went on a killing spree. They were about to break out of the encirclement. At this moment, a fragrant wind blew over. "Ha ha ha ha, what a powerful kid." Following the laughter, the sound of slapping could be heard. Yu Jiamei lashed out with her fire snake whip. In the void, a fire snake condensed and charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng slashed out with his sword. Clang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. The attacks from both sides collided, and Lin Feng was forced to retreat again and again, feeling his arm go numb from the shock. What power! Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Yu Jiamei. This woman was too strong. Even with the black dragon sword in his hand, he was still pushed back by this woman. She must be an Yin Yang realm expert above the 7th level. "You're quite strong and pretty. If you agree to be my male slave, I'll spare your life." "How about it?" Yu Jiamei smiled. A pair of huge mountains swayed, very eye-catching. Moreover, other than the red dress, she didn't seem to be wearing anything underneath. One could vaguely see some spring scenery. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I'm not interested in being a male slave, but you've piqued my interest. How about you be my female slave? Don't worry, I'll let you enjoy the joy of ascension." "Kid, you're courting death." Yu Jiamei's face turned cold. Then she rushed towards Lin Feng. The two sides fought again. At the same time, the white tiger sky-shattering blade and the heavenly dragon seal collided with each other. A terrifying aura spread out, and the shock waves from the collision instantly killed many of the surrounding cultivators, pirates, and oceanic race cultivators. This was the power of a Tao artifact. Just a light blow could cause extremely terrifying destructive power. Many people's faces turned pale, and they quickly moved away from the two Tao artifacts. Jin Tianyu, Li Yu, and the others activated the heavenly dragon seal to escape. Bai Wuming, on the other hand, wanted to kill these people and seize the heavenly dragon seal. "Let me help you." The evil flood dragon young count roared and leaped out. He and Bai Wuming activated the white tiger sky-shattering blade together. The power of the white tiger sky-shattering blade increased greatly. The collision between the two sides became more and more intense. Jin Tianyu and the others were not as strong as Bai Wuming and the evil cult young count. Now, in this kind of tug-of-war, Jin Tianyu and the others were gradually unable to bear it. Pooh! They were shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Li Yu shouted, "Senior brother, what should we do?" I can't hold on any longer. My magic power is running out. Li Shangyuan also shouted, Senior brother, I can't hold on any longer either. Qiu Jian and Pei Tianhong's situation was obviously not much better than Li Yu, and Li Shangyuan. Their faces were pale. Burn your blood essence and revive the spirit of the Tao artifact, Jin Tianyu said with a pale face. Their expressions were gloomy, knowing that this was the only way. One by one, they forced out their blood essence. They burned their blood essence to strengthen the heavenly dragon seal. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded through the world. A world-destroying aura filled the air. Immediately after, one by one, heavenly dragons rushed out from the heavenly dragon seal. Those heavenly dragons quickly grew bigger. A total of 18 heavenly dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They pounced towards Bai Wuming and the evil cult young count. The expressions of the two changed greatly. They were swept away by the heavenly dragons. Wah! In midair, they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. These heavenly dragons wanted to kill the two of them. The two of them did not dare to hesitate, and also burned their blood essence to revive the spirit of the Tao artifact. Roar! The roar shook the sky. A white tiger phantom appeared. The roar shook the heavens. This was the spirit of the white tiger sky-shattering blade. The spirit of the two Tao artifacts had been revived. Then, the two Tao artifacts collided. A terrifying energy wave swept out. Bang, bang, bang. The mountains were instantly shattered into dust. Everyone was aghast as they watched the two Tao artifacts collide. The lethality of the collision was too great. Even Jin Tianyu, Bai Wuming, and the others who were protected by the two Tao artifacts fainted from the impact. The rest of the people fled frantically into the distance. But they couldn't escape at all. Powerful energy waves swept through the world. Countless cultivators, whether it was the Sea Clan, or the pirates, or the cultivators who went to the ruins of God, they were all knocked out by the terrifying energy waves. The two Tao artifacts were getting more and more terrifying. The collision was getting more and more intense. The island was about to collapse from the impact, and just as the two Tao artifacts were about to collide again, in Lin Feng's dantian, demonic energy soared into the sky. Amidst the boundless devil chi, a hazy figure appeared. He couldn't see clearly who it was. The spirit of the Tao artifact, a great tonic, the mysterious existence, let out an excited voice. He reached out to grab the spirit of the Tao artifact. Roar! Roar! Both the white tiger and heavenly dragon roared. They wanted to rush into the Tao artifact's white tiger sky-shattering blade and heavenly dragon seal. But they couldn't do it. The big hand covered the sky and instantly grabbed the white tiger and the 18 heavenly dragons in his hand. Chapter 7:29. This was the mysterious existence inside the demonic bead. It had devoured the artifact spirits of the two Tao artifacts. After losing their artifact spirits, the two Tao artifacts lost their spirituality and fell to the ground. How comfortable! The mysterious existence spoke in a joyful voice. You're the guy inside the demonic bead. Lin Feng got up from the ground and looked at the mysterious existence shrouded in mist with uncertainty. It was hazy. He couldn't see the existence's face clearly. You didn't faint when the two Tao artifacts clashed? The mysterious existence looked at Lin Feng in surprise. However, it then recalled that Lin Feng cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant art. His physical body must be extremely powerful. It was normal for him to be able to withstand the impact of the collision between the two Tao artifacts. Lin Feng said indifferently, "You're underestimating the Archean dragonesque elephant art, aren't you? The mysterious existence's body dissipated. Clearly, it had returned to the demonic bead. Lin Feng's divine consciousness quickly entered the demonic bead. He discovered that the demonic bead had undergone some changes. A world shrouded in white mist appeared inside the demonic bead. In the depths of the world of white fog, there was a lone grave. As for that mysterious existence, it was sitting in front of the lonely grave in silence. No one knew what it was thinking. "Who exactly are you?" Lin Feng transmitted his voice. However, the mysterious existence didn't answer. "Do you have a motive for hiding inside the demonic bead? Are you trying to harm me? Are you spying on my body? Are you being hunted? Is that why you don't dare to come out?" Lin Feng threw all sorts of questions at the mysterious existence. However, the existence inside the demonic bead didn't answer. "Are you ignoring me?" Lin Feng was speechless. "I don't have the obligation to answer you. However, if you make a deal with me, I can answer your questions. 1 drop of undying divine blood, and I can answer one of your questions. What do you think?" the mysterious existence asked. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Dream on. Even if you don't answer me, you should at least let me know your name, right?" Lin Feng said. "Name? It's so long ago that I've almost forgotten it myself. I think I'm called the Demon Lord," the mysterious existence said. "The Demon Lord? What a strange name." Lin Feng muttered. "Don't use your godly awareness to invade my demonic beads. You're trespassing on my territory. Without my permission, don't ever do that again. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you." The Demon Lord sneered and then forcibly cut off the connection between Lin Feng and the demon orb. F***CK. Even the demonic orb is mine, okay? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter gloomily. After devouring the artifact spirits of the 2 Tao artifacts, the Demon Lord seemed to have recovered a little. Although he didn't know why the Demon Lord was hiding in the demon orb and didn't leave. But for now, the Demon Lord did not pose a threat to him. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly ran towards the heavenly dragon seal and the white tiger heaven-shattering blade. The heavenly dragon seal and the white tiger heaven-shattering blade had lost their artifact spirits. What a pity! Those 2 treasures have lost their spirits, so their power will be reduced by 70 to 80%. But they're still Tao weapons. They're 100 times more powerful than precious weapons. If they're kept for a long time, maybe they'll give birth to new spirits. Lin Feng put away the heavenly dragon seal and the white tiger heaven-shattering blade. Then he looked at the people around him. After checking a few people, he found that many of them were already dead. Obviously, they were killed by the shock waves from the collision of the 2 Tao artifacts. Lin Feng checked Taoist Master Shang Yuan. He found that Taoist Master Shang Yuan was still alive. He channeled a stream of spirit energy into Taoist Master Shang Yuan's body. Then, Taoist Master Shang Yuan woke up. Taoist Master Shang Yuan's cultivation was very strong. He wasn't injured, but he was knocked out. Boundless holy man, I never thought that such a massacre would happen. Taoist Master Shang Yuan put his palms together. Whoosh! Suddenly, a few figures quickly got up and fled into the distance. It was by Wu Ming, the evil flood dragon young count, and Yu Jiaomei. All 3 of them were injured to a certain extent. When they woke up, they sensed the auras of Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shang Yuan. They found that the 2 of them were not injured. They were worried that they would be attacked by Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shang Yuan. How could they dare to stay? They turned around and left. Seeing the few people running away, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. However, he didn't chase after them. Those 3 people were too strong. Injured wild beasts were the most dangerous. Lin Feng knew this very well. If they forced those three into a corner, they might die. Perhaps he and Taoist Master Shang Yuan would also die tragically. Taoist Master, let's collect all the storage rings of these dead people. Lin Feng said. Taoist Master Shang Yuan nodded and began to collect the storage rings of these dead cultivators with Lin Feng. These people must have a lot of good things on them. This could also be considered a windfall. Among the crowd, Lin Feng saw Zhang Junhua. He found that Zhang Junhua wasn't dead yet, but he had suffered serious injuries and fainted. Lin Feng fed Zhang Junhua a healing pill and continued to collect the storage rings. When Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shang Yuan had almost finished collecting all the storage rings, Jin Tianyu woke up. Immediately after, Li Shangyuan, Qiu Jian, Pei Tianhong, and Li Yu also woke up one after another. They didn't die because they were protected by the heavenly dragon seal. Lin Feng had an extremely bad impression of Jin Tianyu and the others. In order to escape, Jin Tianyu and the others killed nearly 100 cultivators who had gone through life and death with them to activate the heavenly dragon seal. This kind of behavior was simply outrageous. Demonic cultivators wouldn't even do this. But Jin Tianyu and the others did. Taoist Master Shang Yuan obviously despised Jin Tianyu and the others. Seeing them wake up, he couldn't help but sneer. Ah, where's the heavenly dragon seal? Where's my heavenly dragon seal? After waking up, Jin Tianyu realized that the heavenly dragon seal had disappeared. He immediately roared, and his face contorted. That was a Tao artifact. Now that he had lost the Tao artifact, when he returned, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Lin Feng carried the unconscious Zhang Junhua on his back, looked at Taoist Master Shang Yuan, and said, "We can't stay here for long, let's go." Taoist Master Shang Yuan nodded and was about to leave with Lin Feng. "Stop right there." Suddenly, a cold shout was heard. Jin Tianyu looked over coldly. What's the matter?" Lin Feng looked at Jin Tianyu indifferently. "Have you seen my heavenly dragon seal?" Jin Tianyu asked. The two Tao artifacts had already been obtained by Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't hand them over. Originally, he didn't plan to pay attention to Jin Tianyu. However, in order to prevent these people from looking at him suspiciously, Lin Feng said, "When we woke up, we didn't see the heavenly dragon seal. Moreover, it's a Tao artifact level magic treasure, and its artifact spirit has awakened. Even if it saw us, it wouldn't be able to take it. The Tao artifact would instantly kill us." "Humph," Jin Tianyu sneered. He looked at the densely packed corpses on the island. There were at least 2,000 corpses. However, these people's storage rings were all gone. Jin Tianyu knew that Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shang Yuan had taken away their storage rings. Chapter 730. This Jin Tianyu and the others obviously wanted the storage rings. Lin Feng sneered and said, "What? You want the storage rings? How many do you want?" "Hand over 2,000 storage rings, and you can naturally leave. If you don't hand them over, don't blame us for falling out with you." Jin Tianyu laughed sinisterly. This Jin Tianyu obviously didn't plan to hide his true nature. Originally, Jin Tianyu was just pretending to be kind to others. When he used the heavenly dragon seal to kill nearly 100 cultivators, the blood on the heavenly dragon seal, Jin Tianyu knew that his true nature had been exposed in front of everyone. Since that was the case, there was no need to continue pretending. Jin Tianyu's greedy nature, now, it was completely revealed. There are only about 2,000 storage rings in total, and you want to take all of them? Your appetite is quite big. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. 2,000 storage rings for your lives. Isn't it worth it? Jin Tianyu curled his lips as if he was certain that Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shan Yuan would be defeated. Lin Feng's side had 3 people. Zhang Junhua was injured and fainted. In the eyes of Jin Tianyu and the others, Lin Feng was only a martial king realm cultivator. This little bit of cultivation, they didn't take him seriously at all. Then, the only one who could fight him was Taoist Master Shan Yuan. They had 5 experts on their side. Wouldn't it be easy for Taoist Master Shan Yuan to deal with Lin Feng? A bunch of scum still want the storage rings, not to mention 2,000. I won't give you a single one. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a sneer. Brat, you're courting death. Brat, who do you think you are? A martial king realm cultivator actually dares to reject senior brother Jin. You're simply shameless. This world will never lack people who overestimate themselves and act recklessly. I gave you a chance to live, but you don't know how to cherish it. Then I can only leave your little life here. Li Shangyuan and the others sneered as they looked at Lin Feng. It was as if they were looking at a dead man. Ha ha, do you think I don't know what you're planning? You just want to obtain the storage rings before attacking us. Aren't you afraid that if you attack us first, we'll destroy the storage rings before we die? Lin Feng sneered. In order to escape, these people killed so many cultivators. Clearly, there was no lack of people from large forces among the cultivators they had killed. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, Lin Feng did not think that Jin Tianyu and the others would let him and Taoist Shan Yuan go. Humph, since you've seen through me, let's kill them. Jin Tianyu's eyes turned cold. Boundless holy man, Benefactor Jin, you've become a demon. Since that's the case, Benefactor Lin and I have an obligation to protect the Tao. Taoist Shan Yuan sneered. Lin Feng was instantly filled with admiration for Taoist Shan Yuan. Before Taoist Master Shan Yuan made his move, he said, "You've already become a demon." Then he said, "We have an obligation to subdue demons and protect the Tao." With just 2 simple sentences, he had placed himself on the side of justice. He was standing on the moral high ground. Kill Jin Tianyu and the others. Even if the ancient dynasty behind Jin Tianyu found out about this in the future, would they still dare to avenge Jin Tianyu and the others? If they dared, wouldn't that mean that this dynasty was the same as Jin Tianyu and the others? Had they become a demon? If that was the case, this force would probably be destroyed soon. Haha, that's right. Today, Taoist Shan Yuan, and I will eliminate the demon and protect the Tao. Lin Feng roared and rushed towards the other party. Li Shangyuan, you go and deal with that kid. We'll deal with Taoist Shan Yuan together. Jin Tianyu roared. In Jin Tianyu's opinion, the only threat was Taoist Shan Yuan. From the Taoist sects, Longhu Mountain, Lin Feng was just a small fry, the kind that could be crushed to death with a flick of his finger. Senior brother, don't worry. I can kill that kid within 3 moves. Li Shangyuan said with a smile. Then he punched towards Lin Feng. Immortal Demon Fist. Li Shangyuan punched out, Immortal Light on the left and Devil Light on the right. Amidst the Immortal Light and Devil Light, an existence that looked like both an immortal and a demon vaguely appeared. This was the shadow of the immortal demon. It grasped both the power of immortal and devil. Li Shangyuan's cultivation was at the second sky of the yin-yang realm. He used this immortal demon fist. The power of this immortal demon fist was immediately revealed. The shadow of the immortal demon stepped on the sky, as if it had become one with Li Shangyuan, and punched out. Li Shangyuan's face was full of sneers. It was as if he had already seen Lin Feng being killed by this immortal demon fist. Lin Feng sneered. Sky splitting, sword splitting heaven and earth. Saber and sword merged. Buzz. Saber light, sword chi. It swept across heaven and earth. In the void, they merged into one. The power was so strong that it made people feel shocked. Pooh! The shadow of the immortal demon was instantly torn apart. No, Li Shangyuan cried out in fear. In the next moment, blood splattered. Li Shangyuan was instantly cut in half. Not good. Junior brother Li is dead. That brat hid his cultivation. Qiu Jian's expression changed greatly. Jin Tianyu's expression was extremely gloomy as he coldly said, Junior brother Qiu, junior brother Pei, junior sister Li, the three of you go and kill him. I'll stall Shang Yuan, you guys kill him. And then we'll deal with Shang Yuan. Yes, senior brother, after the three of them received the order, they did not dare to stay any longer. They all rushed towards Lin Feng. Brat, go to hell. The three of them laughed sinisterly. Boom, boom, boom. A tyrannical attack suddenly exploded out. It swept through the heavens and earth as it charged towards Lin Feng, with the three experts attacking together. Lin Feng also felt the pressure. However, don't forget, Lin Feng was also a spirit array master. When he fought against others, he rarely used a spirit array. But now, Lin Feng had begun to condense an array. He sneered, Today, I'll let you know the consequences of angering a spirit array master. As soon as he finished speaking, in the void, densely packed array patterns interweaved. Those array patterns rushed towards the three of them, Qiu Jian, Pei Tianhong, and Li Yu. The three of them, who were originally closely linked together, were immediately separated by the great array. Not good, it's a spirit array. The three of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They wanted to break the spirit array, but it was difficult to do so. How could Lin Feng's array be broken by the few of them? Go to hell. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he rushed towards Qiu Jian. Now that the three of them were separated, they could be defeated one by one. Puff. Soon, the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. Qiu Jian was beheaded. Not long after, Pei Tianhong's miserable scream could be heard. Pei Tianhong was beheaded. Li Yu had long been scared out of her wits. She cried out in fear, Don't kill me, spare me, I'm willing to be your slave. Please spare my life. Puff. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He was decisive in killing. He did not let Li Yu go just because she begged for mercy, and directly killed Li Yu. Seeing this scene, Jin Tianyu was so scared that his face had already turned pale. He did not expect Lin Feng to be such a terrifying spirit array master, and his cultivation was also very strong. How could Jin Tianyu dare to continue fighting? He turned around and fled into the distance. Die. At this time, Taoist Shang Yuan's divine might was unleashed. Endless divine light surged out, and within the divine light, the word die condensed. The word die was suppressed. Bang! Jin Tianyu's body directly exploded. Chapter 731. Is this the word death? Lin Feng looked at Taoist Master Shang Yuan in shock. He had comprehended the word death from the Xianming Fiend book by chance. Since then, he had never been able to comprehend another Tao word. But now, he saw the second Tao word. Benefactor Lin, you have a good eye. Taoist Master Shang Yuan smiled and didn't hide anything. Any Tao word. They were all formed when the world was created. Wanting to obtain it, it wasn't an easy task. It required a great opportunity. Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shang Yuan didn't stay. They left quickly. 10 days later, at night, on an isolated island in the sea, Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shang Yuan were both cultivating. Lin Feng was cultivating the word death. Taoist Master Shang Yuan was cultivating the word death. Not long after he saw Taoist Master Shang Yuan's Word death. Lin Feng proposed to exchange the word Dao with Taoist Master Shan Yuan. He could learn another Dao word. Taoist Master Shan Yuan was also very happy. He taught Lin Feng the word death. Lin Feng taught Taoist Master Shan Yuan the word death. The word death. It was a violent force that destroyed everything. The word death. It was another source of power. It was the power of death. In the following days, Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shan Yuan would exchange cultivation experiences every day. It was very difficult to comprehend the word Dao alone. Usually, one could only comprehend it by chance. Without chance, even if one obtained the cultivation method, one might not be able to comprehend it successfully. Therefore, even with Lin Feng's comprehension, after half a month, he still couldn't comprehend the profound meaning of the word death. Taoist Master Shan Yuan was the same. He had been trying to comprehend the word death, but he didn't get anything. That night, Lin Feng tried to comprehend the word death again, but he still didn't have a clue. He sighed helplessly. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a cold aura. He looked not far away. He saw a palm-sized pitch-black poisonous bug. It looked like a scorpion, but also like a centipede. It was a very strange poisonous insect. Wherever the venomous insect passed, it would be destroyed. All the plants withered instantly. He looked at the dead vegetation. Lin Feng was slightly dazed. From exuberant vitality, there was no sign of life at all. It only took an instant. It withered instantly and lost its life force. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and muttered. His eyes. However, it grew brighter and brighter. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. Once again, he had an epiphany of the word death. This time, Lin Feng sensed a mysterious aura. That aura, it seemed to be the aura of death, the power of death. He had the power to wither life in an instant. This was the power of death. Lin Feng had an epiphany. Streaks of black gas were emitted from his body. Everything that was enveloped by the black gas. This included flowers, grass, insects, and so on. All of them lost their lives. The flowers and plants instantly withered. The little insect, on the other hand, died as if its life force had been sucked dry. This is Taoist Master Shan Yuan seemed to have sensed something and looked at Lin Feng with a moved expression. Then he laughed bitterly and said, "This guy's talent is really amazing. He actually comprehended the profound meaning of the word death so quickly. However, I have already found some ways to comprehend the profound meaning of the word destruction. At most, I will be able to comprehend it in a month." Then, Taoist Master Shan Yuan closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the word destruction. 1.5 months later, Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shan Yuan crossed the Black Sea. They finally arrived at the depths of the East Sea. Looking into the distance, densely packed, huge ships were scattered all over the sea. Cultivators could be seen on many of the ships, and in a deeper location. It was an illusory world. In that world, the void was distorted. That mysterious and illusory world. It was the ruins of God. Countless cultivators had come for the ruins of God. However, the ruins of God had yet to open. Boom! A terrifying aura came from afar. The sea seemed to be shaking. It was as if a great battle was about to happen. Let's go and take a look. Many cultivators cried out in alarm. The ruins of God had yet to open. Therefore, a great battle in the distance would attract countless cultivators to watch the battle. Lin Feng and Taoist Master Shan Yuan also flew into the distance. This great battle took place 100 miles away. Looking into the distance, waves surged into the sky. In the sea, a huge whirlpool formed. That whirlpool covered a radius of more than 30 miles. Huge waves that were tens of thousands of feet high soared into the sky. That huge twisting whirlpool was about to swallow an ancient warship. That's the pirate ship of the gods. Some cultivators recognized the pirate ship in the huge whirlpool. Immediately, they cried out in shock. That's right, it's the pirate ship of the pirate king of the gods, Sea, Empress Shui Zhonghua. Then, someone shouted excitedly. It turned out to be the pirate ship of the pirate king, Shui Zhonghua. Previously, the 9 pirate kings and the Sea clan had attacked the fleet that Lin Feng and the others were in. That fleet, it could be said that there were heavy casualties. Now, someone was actually attacking one of the 9 pirate kings, Shui Zhonghua. This made Lin Feng somewhat surprised. That huge whirlpool was extremely terrifying, as if it could swallow everything. In the distance, many islands were being sucked in by the twisting whirlpool. When those islands got close to the whirlpool, they were instantly dismembered. Then, the islands were swallowed by the whirlpool. What's going on with this whirlpool? Some people were puzzled. Could it be a demon's cave in the sea? Someone said, rumor had it that there were demons' caves in the sea. Once a demon's cave appeared, it could form a powerful devouring whirlpool. Anything that was enveloped by the devouring whirlpool would be swallowed in an instant. The pirate ship of the gods went against the flow in the huge whirlpool. It wanted to rush out of the whirlpool. But obviously, the pirate ship of the gods was in trouble. Those huge islands were instantly shattered outside the whirlpool, but the pirate ship of the gods was in the center of the whirlpool and was completely fine. This pirate ship of the gods is actually so sturdy. Lin Feng was surprised. Taoist Master Shang Yuan said, "The pirate ship of the gods is one of the 9 pirate ships. It is a treasure passed down from the primordial era. It is said that the primordial gods once rode this divine ship to cross the legendary Sea of Bitterness. There was a saying in Buddhism, the Sea of Bitterness is boundless. Repent, and you will be saved. In myths and legends, there was indeed a Sea of Bitterness. It was said that if one could cross the Sea of Bitterness, cultivators would complete an unprecedented transformation. But the location of the Sea of Bitterness was not something that ordinary people knew. Perhaps they would know when they cultivated to the Emperor realm." Lin Feng nodded. "No wonder this pirate ship is so powerful." Roar. It was unable to swallow the pirate ship of the gods. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the depths of the huge whirlpool. Wow, it was a roar. Many cultivators who were watching from afar could not withstand it. They vomited blood and fell into the sea from midair. At this time, a huge creature could be vaguely seen in the huge whirlpool. The huge creature flipped its body in the sea. The entire sea was shaking violently. Heavens, it's the Sea King. Countless cultivators cried out in shock. The Sea King. The Sea King. It was the most powerful creature in the sea. A Sea King could even destroy an island of the primordial era. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the Sea King was. In the Sea King was also a rare existence. At most, there would not be 5 Sea Kings in all the sea regions. Chapter 732. The appearance of the Sea King shocked all the cultivators. Every cultivator had a shocked expression on their faces. No one dared to approach. They quickly retreated. They were afraid of becoming the Sea King's target. The Sea King was too powerful. They could only avoid such an existence. I don't know why this Sea King wants to devour the gods' pirate ship. A cultivator said doubtfully, "The Sea King, he was intelligent, and the owner of the gods' pirate ship was one of the 9 pirate kings, the Empress Shui Zhonghua. Logically speaking, an existence of this level, there would be no head-on conflict, but since there was a fierce battle between the 2 sides, There must be a reason. Could it be because of the god's pirate ship? The Sea King's target is actually the god's pirate ship? This is a divine ship built by the gods of the ancient times. Why does the Sea King want the god's pirate ship? If you ask me, my guess is that the Empress has obtained some powerful treasure. So the Sea King wants to devour the Empress and take the treasure for himself. If you ask me, I think the Sea King has taken a fancy to the Empress. The Empress is the most beautiful woman in the world. The Sea King might want to conquer the Empress and make her his woman. Countless cultivators were discussing this matter. Rumble, a loud sound shook the sky. Soon after, the whirlpool grew bigger and bigger. The devouring power emitted by the whirlpool also grew stronger. The Sea King was powerful. Many cultivators were even swept away by the devouring power of the whirlpool. Save me! Save me! Someone save me! The cultivators who were swept away by the whirlpool all cried out in horror. They looked at the surrounding cultivators with pleading eyes. They hoped that someone would help them. But at this time, who dared to approach? They quickly retreated. More than 100 cultivators were swept into the whirlpool. They had just reached the edge of the whirlpool. The bodies of the cultivators exploded. The whirlpool has already extended to 50 miles. At the edge of the whirlpool, the cultivators' bodies couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded. How strong is the Sea King? Lin Feng's face was full of shock. The Sea King. It was really too terrifying. Taoist Shang Yuan was also shocked. He said, I'm afraid that the Sea King is one of the most powerful beings in the world. But even if the Sea King used an even more powerful force, the huge whirlpool still couldn't devour the god's pirate ship. The deity's pirate ship was wrapped in divine light. He managed to resist the vortex's devouring. Rumble! The sky shook and the sea shook. Many people felt a suffocating pressure sweep over them. Retreat. Lin Feng's face was pale. Unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, he had no choice but to retreat again. Countless cultivators retreated in a sorry state. At this moment, the head of a ferocious beast as huge as a mountain emerged from the ocean. The head was shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see what kind of beast it was. But everyone knew that existence. He was the Ocean King. The Sea King opened its bloody mouth. It wanted to swallow the god's pirate ship in one gulp. But at this moment, a voice that could melt one's bones came from the god's pirate ship. That voice, it was simply capable of instantly disintegrating a person's will. That voice was like the sound of nature. In this lifetime, only once, he could even die without regrets, receive the will of the gods, traverse through eternity and eternity. When that voice faded away, inside the pirates of the gods, divine light soared into the sky. In the divine light, the phantoms of the gods appeared. The Sea King roared, "The ancient god's ship is indeed a treasure." As soon as he finished speaking, he dived into the ocean. The whirlpool disappeared. The mysterious and powerful Sea King seemed to have been scared away by the phantoms of the gods. Everything was calm. The oppressive aura was so terrifying that it was suffocating. It also disappeared. Lin Feng let out a long breath. His face was still a little pale. He smiled bitterly and said, "This Sea King is too strong." Just a trace of his aura was enough to make us almost unable to withstand it. Taoist Shang Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Sea King has a long lifespan, and no one knows how strong he is. I also heard that the Sea King is the protector of the sea. Protector of the sea? Lin Feng was flabbergasted. Taoist Shang Yuan nodded and said, "On the other side of the endless sea, there is an even more powerful continent. Originally, that continent and our continent were together, but later on, that continent split apart, and the two continents were gradually separated by the endless sea. The cultivators on that continent are said to be extremely terrifying, and the existence of the Sea King has to prevent the creatures of that continent from crossing the endless sea to reach the Tianwu continent. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The jade tube that his father had left behind had also mentioned that continent. That continent was called the Nine States. Look, someone is coming out of the pirates of the gods' ship. Someone pointed at the pirates of the gods' ship. Everyone looked over. Beautiful women walked out of the pirates of the gods' ship. They were divided into two rows. Their left hands held flower baskets, while their right hands scattered the petals in the air. The petals drifted with the wind. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of flowers. Soon after, a woman wearing a long white dress and a purple ferret cape walked out of the cabin. When they saw the woman, Lin Feng held his breath. It was a beautiful face that could not be described with words. No words could describe her beauty. It was blasphemy and an insult to her. She gently moved. It could make people lose their nature. She was one of the 9 great pirate kings, the Empress of the Sea. Flowers in the water. It's the Empress, the #1 beauty of the Tianwu continent. Countless cultivators stared at her. Tianwu continent's 3,000 prefectures. Beautiful women were everywhere. Many prefectures had rankings like the Chuanfang record. However, no woman could compare to the Empress. No matter how beautiful a woman was, in front of the Empress, she would be overshadowed. She could only be a supporting character. Lin Feng even felt that he was about to lose himself under the Empress's peerless beauty. Lin Feng's heart trembled. He still had some clarity, so he hurriedly activated the ancient dragon-esque elephant art. Only then did he regain his senses. The surrounding people, regardless of whether they were men or women, looked at the Empress with infatuated expressions. What a terrifying woman. How can she charm so many people? Lin Feng's heart trembled. At least 90% of the cultivators were charmed. Those who weren't charmed were either powerful enough, or they were women. Ha, the Empress of the Sea, you're truly a peerless beauty. I heard that you have the legendary, bewitching, martial spirit that can charm people. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. A loud laugh was heard. In the distance, a tall and imposing man walked over. He was surrounded by divine light. A loud laugh woke up countless people from their trance. Who are you? The Empress's red lips parted slightly. The man laughed. Tian Wufa of the Divine Temple. Empress, I've taken a liking to you. How about you be my woman? Tian Wufa laughed loudly. He was indescribably arrogant. Chapter 733. Is he Tian Wufa from the Divine Shrine? The Tian Wufa, who cultivated for 50 years and reached the creation realm? That's right, it's him. Tian Wufa broke through to the creation realm 60 years ago. He's only 110 years old now, but he's an ancient powerhouse with a lifespan of 10,000 years. His life has just begun, and his future achievements are unimaginable. The Divine Shrine is a famous ancient power in Tianzhou. It's one of the strongest ancient powers, and it's rumored that they have an imperial weapon. Around them, many people were discussing animatedly. They looked at Tian Wufa in awe and fear. Such a person was high and mighty, and in the eyes of ordinary people, he was like a god. He had reached the creation realm 60 years ago. No one knew how strong Tian Wufa was now. The Divine Shrine. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He had heard of this power before. It was an extremely mysterious power, but their orthodoxy was extremely powerful. They were all successors of the Divine Shrine. Not a single one of them wasn't a stunning figure. It was as if Tian Wufa was a powerhouse he had cultivated for less than 60 years, but his cultivation was already so strong. In the Tianwu continent, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. She heard that Tian Wufa wanted her to be his woman. The empress did not seem angry. She giggled and asked, "Am I beautiful?" "Beautiful, extremely beautiful." Countless people were captivated by the empress's peerless beauty. Among the 9 pirate kings, perhaps only the empress, no matter how much she had killed, would be forgiven because she was too beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful that people could forgive her for all her wrongs. "Of course I'm beautiful." Tian Wufa laughed and looked at the empress. He thought that the empress was like countless other female cultivators. She was attracted by his heroic figure. The empress smiled and said, "Of course, I'm the #1 beauty in the Tianwu continent." When the empress smiled, it was unknown how many people's souls were captivated by her. "This woman is really scary." Lin Feng took a deep breath. He used the archaic dragonesque elephant art to keep himself awake. Or else, he was afraid that he would be tempted by the empress's peerless beauty like the others. "Empress, come over now. I'll treat you well." Tian Wufa smiled smugly. Many people looked at Tian Wufa with envy and jealousy. This included some extremely powerful individuals, even if he wasn't that obsessed with women. However, Tian Wufa was about to conquer the empress. He couldn't help but feel jealous. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. This heaven, Lawless was a little too confident, although Tian Wufa was indeed outstanding. But what kind of person was the empress? One of the 9 pirate kings. How could Tian Wu be able to make the empress fall in love with him with just a few words? "I won't entrust my beauty to anyone. Nobody is qualified to have a woman as beautiful as me. As for you, of course you're not good enough for me." Pfft, many people laughed out loud. This was especially true for some of the top experts. They originally thought that Tian Wufa was going to conquer the empress. All of them were envious and jealous. Now, he saw the empress actually attacking Tian Wufa without holding back. They were all secretly delighted. Tian Wufa's expression darkened. He sneered, "Empress, you're just a pirate. You should be honored that I'm speaking so politely to you. Do you want me to attack you?" The empress said weakly, "Are you trying to bully me?" Seeing the empress's pitiful appearance, the blood of countless cultivators surged. They wanted nothing more than to kill Tian Wufa for daring to bully the empress. However, reason prevailed over impulse. Tian Wufa was too strong. The heavenly God Hall. It was an ancient power that ordinary people couldn't afford to offend. This Tian Wufa doesn't treat the empress as an ordinary pirate. He's too arrogant, said Daoist Shang Yuan. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Perhaps it has something to do with his background. The Heavenly God Hall is one of the strongest ancient powers in the Martial Heaven continent. It's unimaginably powerful. It's not inconceivable that he wouldn't put the Empress in his eyes. The Heavenly God Hall's people have always been arrogant, but the heirs of that power have the right to be arrogant because they're too strong." Lin Feng scratched his chin and said, "I just don't know how things will be resolved today. If we really fight, Tian Wufa might not be a match for the Empress." Tian Wufa narrowed his eyes at the Empress, who still looked so pitiful. The gaze in his eyes became more and more heated. He laughed and said, "Empress, even if you try to gain sympathy, it's useless. No one will help you. Anyone who dares to help you will offend the Heavenly God Hall." "Then how do you plan to deal with me?" asked the Empress. "Naturally, I'll keep you as a mistress." Tian Wufa landed on the god's pirate ship. He walked over to the Empress. Tian Wufa didn't just want to subdue the Empress. Even the Empress deity's pirate ship and the forces under her command wanted to be subdued. My godly pirate ship isn't a place that anyone can casually board. The Empress laughed. Anyone who boards my god's pirate ship will have to pay a price. Haha, price? Let me have a taste of you first. Tian Wufa was extremely arrogant. He reached out and pinched the Empress's snow-white chin. You're a beast, and a strong one at that. Tian Wufa was openly flirting with the Empress. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. If you dare to bully me, I won't be polite to you. The Empress snorted and pointed at Tian Wufa with her slender and beautiful right hand. Eternal immobility. Whoosh! A beam of divine light flew out and shot towards Tian Wufa. He's about to attack. I wonder if the Empress can block Tian Wufa's attack. Many people looked at the god's pirate ship. Countless cultivators naturally hoped that the Empress would win. Insignificant skill. Tian Wufa laughed. He swung his fist. He wanted to break the Empress's attack with a single punch. However, when the Empress's attack came into contact with Tian Wufa's hand, suddenly something terrifying happened. Tian Wufa's right hand, he began to petrify. Hey, that's a petrification bloodline. It's a very rare bloodline. The demon lord in the demon pearl made a sound of surprise. But then everything went silent again. A petrification bloodline. The Empress also had a special constitution. She had turned to stone. Eternal immobility. The Empress's attacks were truly terrifying. My arm! Tian Wufa finally understood how terrifying the Empress was. He was shocked to find that he couldn't block her attack at all. After Tian Wufa's hand was petrified, it continued to spread until his arm was petrified as well. Before long, his entire body was petrified, become a stone person, and sink to the bottom of the sea. The Empress smiled. You dare trick me? Tian Wufa roared furiously. The Empress's petrification power was too strange. It was completely different from the petrification power of ordinary cultivators. An ordinary cultivator's petrification power wouldn't be able to petrify him. But the Empress's could. Tian Wufa acted decisively to stop his body from petrifying further. He cut off his petrified arm. Tian Wufa's attack was severed. Tian Wufa screamed in pain. He grabbed his severed arm with his left hand and fled. Oh, you want to run? The Empress smiled and swept her hand through the air. A strange power surged out and swept towards Tian Wufa. Clearly, she didn't want to let him go. No, Tian Wufa screamed in terror. He realized that he had been enveloped by the Empress's petrification power. There was no way for him to escape. Chapter 734. How dare you? The Empress was about to petrify Tian Wufa. At that instant, an icy yell could be heard. Boom! A dazzling ray of light shot out from Tian Wufa's forehead. That ray of light, as it shot out, it tore through the void. A blurry figure appeared from within the ray of light. It was as if he had traveled from ancient times to here. Primordial spirit brand. Many people cried out in shock. That illusory figure was a primordial spirit brand. A primordial spirit brand was formed when a cultivator infused their primordial spirit with powerful magic power and condensed it into a brand. Once this brand was activated, it could often display heaven-defying combat strength. Someone had used a primordial spirit brand on Tian Wufa. This was Tian Wufa's last line of defense. Clearly, it was a mysterious existence. It was probably a high-ranking member of the Sky God Temple. This existence reached out with a large hand. The gigantic hand blotted out the sky. It pressed down on the Empress. The Empress's petrification power hit the hand. It was unable to petrify the hand. What a powerful cultivation base. Everyone was shocked. The Empress's cultivation base, it could be described as unfathomable. And now, this existence from the Sky God Temple, it seemed even more powerful. Oh, it's you, Sky God Saint. Didn't you die 12,000 years ago? You're still alive. The Empress seemed to recognize this mysterious existence and was slightly surprised. What? Sky God Saint? He's still alive. Some of the cultivators who had heard of Sky God Saint were shocked. Who is Sky God Saint? Someone asked immediately. An old man said, Sky God Saint was the previous temple master of the Sky God Temple, but it's rumored that he died a long time ago. However, the primordial spirit brand that Sky God Saint placed on Tian Wufa's forehead hasn't dissipated, which means that he's still alive. He should have lived for 35,000 years now. That's too long. 35,000 years. Many people sucked in a cold breath. 5,000 years had changed the world. 35,000 years. What did that mean? Everyone was shocked. They were all moved. This was indeed shocking. No wonder this person's primordial spirit imprint was so powerful. What an old fart. Lin Feng heard the old cultivator say that the heavenly Tao had lived for 35,000 years. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion and shock. Life was too long. No wonder it was said that the Heavenly God Temple was one of the strongest ancient powers in the Sky Martial Continent. There was actually an old, undying cultivator who had lived for 35,000 years. It was indeed hard to believe. This was a shock that came from the depths of his heart. Junior, you are so ruthless. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you think my Heavenly God Hall is a pushover? The phantom of the Heavenly Tao Saint. His voice was ice cold. That huge hand that seemed to cover the sky. It blasted down. Even though it was only an essence soul imprint attacking, it was still an attack. However, yet, he gave off the feeling of a monarch descending upon the heavens. It was as if he was facing a powerful deity. The Heavenly Tao Saint should be reaching the end of his lifespan, right? His main body didn't even dare to come out. So how could a mere primordial spirit imprint dare to act so violently? Therefore, I'm not afraid of you. The Empress curled her lips. Then the Empress shouted, Stone God! As soon as she finished speaking, the Empress quickly formed seals with both hands. Whoosh! Divine light surged. Amidst the endless divine light, a mysterious being wearing armor appeared. His entire body was made of stone. He exuded boundless majesty. He punched the phantom of the Heavenly Tao Saint. Not simple at all. The petrification bloodline actually created the stone god. This is the third stage of the petrification bloodline. The demon lord in the demon orb muttered as he sat on top of the lone grave. It was obvious that something had happened in the outside world. Ice couldn't be hidden from the demon lord. The stone god was abnormally powerful. It collided with the phantom of the Heavenly Tao Saint. Ka. A shocking scene appeared. The phantom of the Heavenly Tao Saint actually started to petrify. This Empress is really terrifying. Seeing the battle in the sky, Lin Feng was shocked. She was the #1 beauty in the Sky Martial Continent. It seemed that she wasn't just beautiful. Her methods were also terrifying to the point of making people tremble in fear. No wonder the Empress could become one of the 9 pirate kings. The Heavenly Tao Saint saw that his body had started to petrify. His expression changed greatly. He tried to break the petrification, but he failed. The Heavenly Tao Saint's eyes were gloomy. He stopped fighting. He turned around and grabbed Tian Wufa. He tore through the void and disappeared without a trace. The Empress won. The Empress is too strong. Even the heavenly Tao saint was forced to retreat. Many people exclaimed, "Of course I'm strong. No one can defeat me." The empress laughed. "Too beautiful." Countless people were once again captivated by the empress's charm. They lost themselves. Humph! Empress, the 9 pirate kings joined forces with the Oceanids to kill countless cultivators. How are you going to settle this? A strong cultivator in the crowd sneered. "Everyone, don't be fooled by this demoness." The 9 pirate kings and the Oceanids killed hundreds of millions of innocent cultivators. Some of them might even be our friends or relatives. Since the empress came alone, why don't we attack and kill her? Soon, another cultivator said indifferently, "That's right. Avenge our friends. Avenge our friends and relatives." The hatred in many cultivators' hearts was awakened. They looked at the empress with hatred. The empress said pitifully, "I'm so beautiful. Can you bear to kill me?" "No, of course not." The cultivators who were hostile to the empress, the anger and killing intent in their eyes instantly disappeared. The empress continued, "Then, are you willing to forgive me?" "Of course we are." Countless cultivators shouted. The big shots who wanted to incite the cultivators to attack, the empress looked extremely gloomy. Lin Feng was stunned. "Wasn't this empress too demonic?" Taoist Shang Yuan said, "The empress has a charming spirit. She can seduce anyone and make them work for her willingly. She can even die for her. Her spirit hasn't been fully activated yet. So in the future, if you see the empress activating her spirit, quickly close your eyes and seal your hearing. Don't look, don't look. Otherwise, the empress will turn you into her slave." Lin Feng nodded. The power the empress had displayed. It was indeed terrifying. She made a few light movements. It was enough to turn everyone upside down. She made countless people abandon their hatred for her. This method was too terrifying. "Empress, you really live up to your reputation. We'll meet again in the ruins of God." A strong cultivator sneered in the dark, targeting the empress. His voice was filled with cold, killing intent. "I'm so scared." The empress' beautiful face was filled with fear. "We're willing to protect you." Countless cultivators roared hysterically. Now that the empress wanted them to die, they were even willing to do so. Humph! When the strong cultivator saw this, he couldn't help but snort coldly, because among the people who were charmed by the empress, there were also his juniors. But in the end, Chapter 735, countless cultivators gathered in front of the ruins of God. The empress's pirate ship also stopped not far away from the ruins of God. But the empress did not appear again. Many people's gazes were still unable to move away from the pirates of the gods, because everyone wanted to take another look at the empress. Her beauty! Take a look. It would be imprinted in the depths of their souls forever. It was unforgettable. More and more powerful cultivators arrived. A loud rumbling sound was heard. A huge ship that was 100,000 meters long crushed the void and came over. People from the ancient sacred land of Panglai. Some cultivators exclaimed, 3 saints and 4 immortals. Panglai, an ancient sacred land, the top power of the human race. Their strength was unimaginable. The huge ship of the Panglai immortal island stopped in the void. The cultivators of the Panglai immortal island did not come out. They were waiting for the ruins of God to open. Soon, endless flames swept across the world. "Look, is that a sun?" A cultivator pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over. In the distance, a divine sun rose into the sky. It was as if the sun had fallen from the depths of the universe. Such a scene. It was really shocking. Not long after, a terrifying aura filled the void. A sun god chariot was pulled over by 9 flaming divine birds. The sun god chariot of the Kinwu people, The experts of the Golden Crow Island have arrived. A cultivator shouted. The Golden Crow Island. It was also one of the most powerful forces in the East Sea. Screech. The whistling sound shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the distance, a large continent flew over. A fierce aura spread out. It was as if an ancient demon god had been resurrected. Everyone looked over. Everyone was shocked, because it was not a large continent. It was a divine rock. But that divine rock was too huge. When it spread its wings, it stretched out 3,000 miles. The people of the Divine Rock Island have arrived. This was one of the top forces in the East Sea. Subsequently, experts from the Red Cloud's ancient holy ground, Flying Immortal Ancient Holy Ground, Fire Cloud Island, and Raging Flames Island arrived. The 7 most powerful forces of the East Sea had all arrived. The ruins of God opened. It was too important, so these forces naturally wouldn't be absent. Rumble, the sound shook the heavens, and the void cracked open. An endless aura of death filled the air. In the sea, a large number of living beings died. Some of the cultivators who were enveloped by the aura of death had their lives taken away. Grow old quickly. The cultivators screamed in fear and quickly flew away. Immediately after, in the cracked void, a pitch-black, ancient demonic ship rushed out. The ship of death belongs to Pirate King Barbossa. Someone cried out in horror. Barbossa was one of the most ferocious pirate kings. When the Pirate King Barbossa was mentioned, everyone was shocked. There are so many people outside of the ruins of gods. Barbossa's gloomy voice came from the ship of death. The 3 saints and 4 immortals coldly glanced at the ship of death. This demonic ship that had been passed down since the immemorial age was extremely demonic. It made them feel apprehensive, although there were many heroes gathered. No one attacked Barbossa at this critical moment. After Barbossa's arrival, one ancient ship after another tore open the void and rushed out. God's punishment pirate ship, Hell's pirate ship, Heavenly dragon pirate ship, Demon god pirate ship, Evil dragon pirate ship, 10,000 demon pirate ship, Storm pirate ship, including the Empress God's pirate ship, Barbossa's death pirate ship, Sea World. The 9 great pirate kings arrived together. 9 ancient ships, or they were surrounded by black fog, or they were covered by divine light, or they were filled with ghost chi. But every ancient ship emitted an ancient aura. The reason why the 9 great pirate kings were able to stand out in the Great Voyage era, to become a pirate king, it was related to the ancient ships that they controlled. Ordinary ships, if they were destroyed, with enough money, one could build or buy them. And these 9 ancient ships were all left behind from the immemorial age. And these 9 ancient ships were not simple. They had experienced the immortal war. They had been passed down until now. The 9 ancient ships had unimaginable power, especially in the sea. The Sea King was so powerful, he could not even swallow the god's pirate ship. After the Empress activated the god's pirate ship, the Sea King was scared away. From this, one could see the god's pirate ship. What a terrifying ancient ship. The other 8 ancient ships were the same as the god's pirate ship. How terrifying was it? Only the 9 great pirate kings knew. Now, the 9 great pirate kings had arrived together. Many of the major forces were solemn and on guard. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort was heard. An ancient bronze carriage came from afar. The bronze carriage was pulled by 3 bronze immortal horses. This is the bronze immortal carriage. It's a powerhouse from the temple of heaven. Someone exclaimed. The most ancient force had also arrived. A terrifying aura emanated from the bronze carriage. It enveloped the god's pirate ship. Obviously, the powerhouses of the temple of heaven were targeting the Empress. Previously, the Empress had almost killed Tian Wufa. She had completely angered the Temple of Heaven, a top force like the Temple of Heaven. Naturally, they would not submit to humiliation. The divine shrine is targeting the Empress. Even though it's unlikely that they'll attack outside, in the ruins of gods, I'm guessing that the divine shrine will attack the Empress. I don't know if the other 8 pirate kings will participate. If the other 8 pirate kings also participate, then this battle will have a lot of implications. Lin Feng whispered. Taoist Shang Yuan nodded and said, "The 9 great pirate lords are extremely powerful, and the Temple of Heaven is no exception. Furthermore, the Temple of Heaven has connections with many local powers. If the Temple of Heaven insists on dealing with the Empress, this matter will definitely escalate into a large-scale battle. At that time, rivers of blood will flow." Many other ancient forces had also arrived. The 4 ancient empires of Zhongzhou, the Great Xia, the Great Shang, the Great Zhou, and the Great Qin. Powerhouses had arrived. In addition, the Temple of Eternal Life, the godly Temple of the Wildlands, and the other top forces of the 72 northern states had also sent powerhouses. Song Prefecture, Immortal Prefecture, Hua Prefecture, Yun Prefecture, and so on. Tianwu University's 63,000 prefectures. At least half of them had arrived. Powerhouses from top forces had arrived. Outside the ruins of God, there was a dense crowd of cultivators. It was unknown how many cultivators there were. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen so many cultivators gathered together. This number, it would probably have to be calculated with an astronomical figure. It could be seen. The ruins of God had opened. What kind of huge commotion had it caused? But thinking about it, it was normal. The last time the ruins of God opened was 4,000 years ago. Other than those top experts with long lifespans who had entered, most people had never entered the ruins of God. And the ruins of God was the site of the Great War of the Gods. There were bound to be countless opportunities inside. If he could find the inheritance of an ancient god, he would immediately be able to soar. Rumble. 10 days later, the restriction that enveloped the ruins of God began to tremble violently. Immediately after, a huge whirlpool appeared above the ruins of God. "The ruins of God have opened," a cultivator shouted excitedly as he quickly rushed towards the huge, twisting whirlpool above the ruins of God. Chapter 736. Lin Feng rushed into the huge, twisting whirlpool. The world spun. Next, Lin Feng had the feeling he was being thrown away by a powerful strength. The next moment, he appeared in an ice-cold world. Looking around, it was snowing heavily. There were glaciers everywhere. Cultivators were constantly being teleported here. Obviously, this was a random teleportation. Taoist Master Shang Yuan and Zhan Junhua were both teleported elsewhere. Is this the ruins of God? Many cultivators looked around excitedly. A white world, heavy snow, glaciers. It was as if it was the eternal color of this place. Rumor has it that the ruins of God is a small world, but a peerless expert used a powerful method to connect this small world with the East Sea. That twisting whirlpool is the link between the East Sea world and the ruins of God. A cultivator said, "Small world, what's that?" Lin Feng asked. The cultivator explained, "The myriad worlds in the heavens are divided into 3,000 great worlds, followed by the middle and small worlds. The 3,000 great worlds are eternal and unchanging, and the middle and small worlds are not as large as the large worlds. The middle and small worlds will revolve around the large worlds. This is the law of the universe's stars." What about the legendary undying world? Lin Feng continued. The undying world is a world above the 3,000 great worlds, countless middle and small worlds. It's ethereal and no one knows where it is or if it really exists, the cultivator explained. People continued to ask the middle-aged, scholar-like cultivator many questions. The cultivator answered them one by one. Not long after, the cultivators who landed in the ice field flew into the distance. It suddenly descended. Thus, everyone had lost their way. Many people chose a place that they thought would lead them to leave the ice field. Lin Feng and thousands of cultivators flew in the same direction. Heavy snow fluttered. Cold wind swept through. Many people were shivering from the cold. The cold here was different from the usual cold. Even cultivators couldn't withstand it. If it was the outside world, even if it was snowing heavily, cultivators wouldn't feel the cold either. But here, many people were already pale from the cold. Why is it so cold here? Some people were puzzled. An old cultivator said, "The ruins of God has its own laws of order, and every place in the ruins of God has different laws of order. In the outside world, the laws of order are used in the entire world. So when the laws of order are activated, we don't feel too cold in the outside world. But here, the laws of order are too close to us and we will feel cold. And even like ordinary people, if we stay in this cold environment for a long time, we will freeze to death." The group continued to move deeper into the forest. Soon after, they were attacked. The ice field cracked open. White, ferocious beasts that were more than 10 meters tall rushed out from the cracked world of ice. The cultivators clashed with these terrifying creatures. Roar! With a deafening roar, a vicious beast swung its huge claws at Lin Feng. Lin Feng and the ferocious beast collided. Immediately after, he was sent flying by the terrifying beast's claw. "Isn't he too strong?" Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He could only feel the blood and qi in his body churning. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This is an ancient ice demon beast. In the outside world, this race has long been extinct, but there are still such terrifying beasts here. Hurry up and leave. We are not a match for these beasts. A cultivator recognized the identity of this beast and shouted with a pale face. Everyone quickly fled into the distance. Such a powerful existence that had inherited the bloodline of an ancient beast, and it was a social creature. There was no way to fight against it. Even if the supreme expert came, most likely he would die and his Tao would vanish. The group of people quickly fled. Soon, Lin Feng and the others escaped from that terrifying area. They all let out a long breath. At this time, the sky had already darkened. Everyone found a glacier mountain range and rested there. Across the great, desolate a faint voice sounded. Suddenly, it floated in the air. Lin Feng opened his eyes, revealing a puzzled expression. "Did you hear something?" asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the surrounding cultivators. Many people were startled awake. They thought that some kind of danger had appeared. This world of ice was also a place filled with danger. They had to be careful. Otherwise, they could easily die here. "Where's the sound? You're not hallucinating, are you?" Some cultivators were carefully listening, but they couldn't hear anything. They couldn't help but ask. At this time, Lin Feng carefully listened to the faint voice again, but he couldn't hear it again. Did I really hear it wrong? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The next day, everyone went out again. A strong wind blew. A blizzard descended. Everyone stared at the blizzard as they struggled to move forward. Amidst the howling wind, there seemed to be a dignified and ancient voice mixed with it. "Even if 100 lives reincarnations, it will be difficult to atone for their sins." Lin Feng heard the voice again, although it was faint, but it was clearly audible. "I think I heard a voice." A cultivator asked in bewilderment, This time, Lin Feng wasn't the only one who heard the voice. Even the other cultivators heard it. There's a voice in the air. Where did it come from? A cultivator said with a gloomy expression. In this dangerous wasteland of ice, hearing such a voice, it really made it hard for everyone to feel at ease. The blizzard raged. Many cultivators continued to move forward with unease. 3 days later, 1,000 tribulations, 100 difficulties, endless sins, evil wash away the waters of the sins you have committed. Since the mysterious voice came again. This time, they heard it even more clearly. Everyone's expression was very unsightly. The mysterious voice came one after another. Where did it come from? This made everyone feel uneasy. Lin Feng frowned. He had a faint premonition. Something seemed to be about to happen. Not long after, the ground shook violently. The blizzard became even more violent. Look, what's that? A cultivator pointed into the distance and shouted in shock. That's... Everyone looked over, and then their expressions changed abruptly. In the middle of the blizzard, a tall man with chains tied around his body. Behind him, he was pulling a mysterious stone coffin. With every step he took, Chapter 737, Icefield Coffin Pulling. How shocking was that? Everyone's face changed color. That man, who was he? Had he been in the ruins of God all this time? In the ruins of God, he was pulling a coffin and walking aimlessly. Because of his arrival, the wind and snow became more and more violent. Many cultivators were about to be blown away by the wind. Time is hard to grind away sin in eternity, to pull the coffin forward in eternity to redeem all sins. That mysterious voice resounded above the ice field. No one knew where it came from. Is that voice talking about him? Lin Feng looked at the handsome man. His hair was disheveled, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. He pulled the ancient stone coffin and walked over step by step. Many people quickly retreated to the sides. Their expressions were uncertain. The rumors are actually true. An old cultivator looked at the coffin carrier and was shocked. He couldn't help but speak out. What rumors? Someone immediately asked. The old cultivator said, Rumor has it that in the ruins of God, there was a sinner who was punished. He had a long lifespan, but he was unable to leave the ice-field world. He could only pull coffins here until he died of exhaustion. Then, does that mean the rumors are true? Someone looked at the cultivator pulling the coffin and couldn't help but ask. The old cultivator nodded and said, It might be true. What's in the coffin he's pulling? Another cultivator asked, looking at the coffin with flickering eyes. That coffin was very old. Perhaps there was something amazing in it. Of course, if there was the corpse of a peerless expert such as a god or even an emperor realm expert, the value of that would be too great. One could find the origin bone in the corpse. One could obtain a supreme inheritance. Obviously, at this moment, someone had evil thoughts. Lin Feng said indifferently, No matter what's in the coffin, we shouldn't pry. Wealth comes from danger. A cultivator said so. Lin Feng was speechless. In front of him, it wasn't a matter of wealth and danger. The icefield coffin pulling was too strange. Once they made a move, something terrible would happen. But when he saw the greed in those cultivators' eyes, Lin Feng didn't say anything more. When a person's heart is filled with endless greed and desire, in that case, no matter what you say, the other party wouldn't agree either. On the contrary, they might view the person who gave them a kind reminder with hostility. Rumble! The earth was trembling. The stone coffin was too heavy, pulling a coffin in the icy plains. It was as if he was pulling an ancient demonic mountain. Every step he took, Both were extremely difficult. The valiant man pulled the coffin over. They gradually approached Lin Feng and the others. At this moment, everyone's expression changed slightly. They saw it. There were actually 9 stone nails on that man's body. 9 stone nails. It pierced through the man's body. The blood on the stone nail had even dried up. 9 divine seals. A cultivator exclaimed in shock. 9 divine seals? What is this? Many people looked at that cultivator in confusion. It's an ancient secret technique. It's said that the 9 seals of the godly forbidden, 9 seals can easily seal a god. It's an extremely terrifying technique. Once sealed by the 9 seals of the godly forbidden 9 seals, they'll lose their godly power. Does that mean they will become ordinary people? A cultivator couldn't wait to ask. The cultivator explained, I don't know if they will become ordinary people, but it should be difficult for them to use their strength. If that's the case, we can make a move. Soon, many cultivators' eyes lit up as they stared at the ancient stone coffin. The greed in many people's hearts became more and more vigorous. Don't underestimate the ancient stone coffin, and don't underestimate the coffin carrier. Someone reminded his companions. Not everyone was controlled by greed. There were still many people who were cautious, because the ice-field coffin pulling was too strange. Perhaps some evil things might happen. What are you afraid of? When we open the coffin and obtain the treasures inside, you will know how correct my choice was. The cultivator, who was persuaded, refuted his companions. Swoosh! Finally, some cultivators made a move, unwilling to wait any longer. Their eyes were filled with greed. More than 60 cultivators rushed towards the ancient stone coffin. The ice-field coffin pulling. Even after so many years, they still wouldn't stop to rest. The coffin carrier struggled to pull the ancient stone coffin behind him. In this world of ice and snow, his feet were bare. Step by step, it was difficult to move forward. Stop! A cultivator sneered and attacked the coffin carrier, wanting to force him to stop. A powerful attack directly swept towards the coffin carrier. The coffin carrier endured their attacks, but he didn't resist. He was drowned by the attacks of more than 60 cultivators. He actually didn't resist. It seems like he was really sealed. His body withstood the attacks. Wouldn't he die without a doubt? Many cultivators muttered. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel a little moved because there was no danger. So they also wanted to get a share of the loot. At this moment, the energy dissipated. Everyone saw that the coffin carrier wasn't harmed at all. He was still pulling the ancient stone coffin. Step by step, he continued forward. What a powerful body. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now, the coffin carrier didn't deliberately resist the attacks of more than 60 cultivators. His body withstood such a powerful attack without any damage. Everyone was shocked. Everyone's face was filled with shock and horror. The coffin carrier's body was actually this strong. It was really shocking. However, seeing that the coffin carrier didn't do anything else, the cultivators who attacked him heaved a sigh of relief. Someone said, "This coffin carrier seems to have been cursed, so other than pulling the coffin, he can't do anything else." Since that's the case, we don't have to be afraid of the coffin carrier anymore. Our goal is the ancient stone coffin, so let's directly open it. This cultivator's suggestion received everyone's approval. They rushed towards the ancient stone coffin. Let's go take a look. Another 100 or so cultivators flew out. Lin Feng didn't move. He just watched from afar. The coffin carrier was too strange. He didn't want to come into contact with such a strange existence. Nearly 200 cultivators rushed towards the ancient stone coffin. Their faces were filled with greed. However, when they rushed in front of the ancient stone coffin, something terrifying happened. Bang, bang, bang. they saw. One cultivator's body directly exploded. They turned into a bloody mist. The bloody mist lingered in the air. It emitted a strong smell of blood. The rest of the cultivators who rushed towards the ancient stone coffin fled outside in fear. But no one could escape from the situation. Everyone's body directly exploded. Nearly 200 cultivators instantly died, tragically. The bloody mist in the air was instantly swallowed by the ancient stone coffin. Heavens, what's inside the ancient stone coffin? It actually swallowed the bloody mist of those cultivators' bodies after they exploded. Seeing this scene, everyone was moved. Buzz. At the same time, the ancient stone coffin trembled slightly, and even the air shook. An aura that could destroy the world spread out from the ancient stone coffin. That aura seemed to want to destroy this world. Immediately after, demonic mist gushed out and swallowed the cultivators in the distance. Not good. Run. Seeing this scene, everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. The ancient stone coffin was too strange. It wanted to devour everyone. No one dared to stay for a moment. They turned around and fled into the distance. Chapter 7:38. Help! Screams of fear came from behind. A cultivator, shrouded in the black fog, cried out for help. They hoped that someone could save them. But now, everyone couldn't even protect themselves. Who would save others? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bodies exploding rose and fell. The blood mist was all swallowed by the ancient sarcophagus. He didn't know what was inside the ancient sarcophagus, but it was so evil. Damn it. I already told them that the Icefield's coffin pulling was very strange. I told them not to touch the ancient sarcophagus, but they didn't listen. Lin Feng cursed in a low voice. For someone like Lin Feng, who had never planned to touch the ancient sarcophagus from the beginning, this was simply an unexpected disaster. Many people died, tragically. They all died because they were implicated by those people. Lin Feng spread his golden wings and quickly flew into the distance. However, a strong wind blew here. His speed was greatly affected. Therefore, the black fog behind him surged, getting closer and closer to Lin Feng. I don't want to die. A cultivator cried out in fear. He even used a secret escape technique that consumed a lot of energy. However, he still couldn't escape successfully. Everyone was swallowed by the black fog. Then, one by one, the cultivators' bodies exploded. Demon Lord, save me. Lin Feng sent a message to the Demon Lord, but he didn't get a response from the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord sat on a lonely grave. His eyes pierced through the void. He looked at the coffin carrier and the ancient sarcophagus. Sky-burying coffin, the Demon Lord muttered. Even if you exchange 10 drops of immortal god blood for it, I won't do it. If I do, I will be buried by the sky-burying coffin. Then the Demon Lord sat there with a very sad look, motionless. His eyes were deep. No one knew what the Demon Lord was thinking. Crack, crack. His body cracked. Lin Feng's face was pale. He crazily circulated the ancient dragonesque elephant art. It was difficult to resist the terrifying situation of his body cracking. Bronze mirror, come out. Lin Feng shouted. He activated the bronze mirror. In a flash, a bronze light emerged from the bronze mirror and protected Lin Feng. Not only did the bronze mirror have powerful attack power, but it also had powerful defense power. This was the treasure that Lin Feng had obtained from Macho's cave. He still remembered that peerlessly beautiful woman was waiting for her lover to return, silently guarding. Until my youth is gone. Her immortal face grew old. She didn't manage to wait for her lover to return. It was filled with endless nostalgia, sadness, and longing. Macho left the world. This bronze mirror was Senior Macho's most precious treasure. Its power was astonishing. After it protected Lin Feng, Senior Macho's eyes lit up. His body finally stopped crumbling. Lin Feng wanted to seize this opportunity to escape from the black fog. However, the ancient stone coffin was too strange. It was as if he had already sensed that Lin Feng was going to escape. Within the black fog, a thick chain condensed into form. Then, it swept towards Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng was swept away by the black chain. His body moved horizontally. His face was as pale as paper. His expression was gloomy. His face was extremely ugly. The black chain's attack was too strong. Even the defensive system light shield created by the bronze mirror was about to shatter. Lin Feng got up from the ground and didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly flew away. At this time, the black chain swept towards Lin Feng again. Its power was even stronger. It spread out. Waves of destructive energy rippled out. That aura made Lin Feng feel like he was about to suffocate. Lin Feng naturally knew that he couldn't escape just by thinking about it. He held the bronze mirror in his hand. He stimulated the power of the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror shot out rays of bronze light, sweeping towards the black chain. Bang, 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 a violent collision sound. Suddenly it resounded. The bronze light emitted by the bronze mirror was shattered by the black chains. The power of the black chain was really too strong. The black chain grew bigger and bigger. Finally, it turned into a mountain and smashed towards Lin Feng. It's over. Lin Feng's face was pale. He wasn't willing to die like this. Lin Feng directly burned his lifespan to activate the bronze mirror. Generally, powerful magic treasures could increase their power by burning their lifespan. Lin Feng burned 50 years of his lifespan. The powerful power that was exchanged by burning his lifespan all poured into the bronze mirror. Buzz. The bronze mirror emitted an even more powerful aura. Amidst the bronze light, it was hazy. A figure appeared. The figure's appearance couldn't be seen clearly. That figure only flashed and disappeared in an instant. The bronze mirror and the black chain collided. The bronze mirror temporarily blocked the attack of the black chain, but obviously, it couldn't hold on for too long. The black chains were simply too powerful. The destructive power it caused. It was simply unimaginable. Crack, crack. Not long after, the bronze mirror's defensive system began to shatter again. Am I really going to die here? Lin Feng's face was extremely gloomy. Something that Lin Feng didn't expect happened. The coffin carrier, who had been struggling to move forward. When the bronze mirror was activated, he actually turned his head to look. Lin Feng saw a pair of eyes. It was a pair of eyes filled with endless confusion, as if lost in an unknown world. Now, that pair of confused eyes regained a trace of clarity. Boom. The coffin carrier attacked and slammed his palm on the ancient stone coffin. The ancient stone coffin shook and the chains shattered. The black fog also began to dissipate, but soon the ancient stone coffin emitted an even more powerful aura. Rumble, rumble, the ancient stone coffin shook as if the void was about to shatter. The lid of the ancient stone coffin seemed to be pushed open by something. Heavens! What's buried in the ancient stone coffin? Could it be that a living being is really buried? He's struggling, trying to break out of the ancient stone coffin. Could it be that he's not dead? Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. The ancient stone coffin was too strange. The coffin carrier's mouth moved. It seemed to be chanting a spell. Then, the mysterious runes on the ancient stone coffin began to distort. There were a total of 9 runes. The 9 runes transformed into 9 true dragons. The 9 true dragons roared. Then, The 9 true dragons transformed into 9 chains that wrapped around the ancient stone coffin, the existence inside the ancient stone coffin. It stopped struggling. Everything returned to calm. The coffin carrier only regained clarity for a moment. He soon became muddle-headed again. He was aimless. It was difficult. He pulled the ancient stone coffin. He advanced in the fierce wind and snow. Rumble. The earth trembled. He pulled the ice coffin. It gradually went away. Lin Feng looked at the coffin carrier's back. But he couldn't calm down. Who was he? Was he really cursed by someone? Why was he pulling the coffin here? Rumor had it that he was a sinner. Was he really a sinner? Why would he help him? This was what Lin Feng wanted to know the most. Could it be the bronze mirror? Lin Feng looked at the bronze mirror in his hand that had dimmed its light. He stood in the wind and snow for a long time without moving, until the coffin carrier disappeared at the end of the endless ice field. Chapter 739. The ice field was pulling the coffin. It was already far away. The snowstorm did not stop, and only Lin Feng was left alive. The others had all died, tragically. He held the bronze mirror in his hand, and the indescribable sadness in his heart only dissipated after a long time. He touched his face, but tears were already streaming down his face. "What's wrong with me?" Lin Feng muttered. It was as if this bronze mirror was transmitting endless sadness to him. This sadness, it made him feel pain. Lin Feng did not stop as he flew into the distance. Until the next day. Only then did the blizzard lessen by a lot. One could see the figures of many cultivators in the ice field. Not long after, an ancient treasure appeared in a world of glaciers. It was a small bell about the size of a palm. It was sealed in a huge piece of ice. This caused a huge uproar, and many cultivators began to fight fiercely in this place. Rumble. The battle raged on. The participating cultivators. The forces participating in the battle. More and more. Originally, it was only a few hundred people fighting. But not long after, it became a chaotic battle between 3,000 to 4,000 people. There were also some cultivators who did not participate in it and stood in the distance to watch. "They've all gone crazy," Lin Feng muttered. A middle-aged cultivator said, "Anything that appears in the ruins of God is not simple. That small golden bell is probably a terrifying magic treasure. It's not too surprising that it caused a chaotic battle between cultivators." Lin Feng nodded. The middle-aged cultivator was right. For a powerful treasure, father and son could turn against each other, and brothers could kill each other. This was the real world of cultivators. A treasure. It was enough to cause a bloody storm. More and more cultivators continued to gather. Not long after, the scale reached as many as 10,000 people. There was no lack of experts participating in this battle. Many cultivators were beheaded, and their corpses fell to the ground. Their blood dyed the ice field red. The glaring smell of blood filled the air. Finally, a cultivator approached the small golden bell sealed in the ice rock. He broke through the ice rock and wanted to take out the small golden bell. At this time, the other cultivators also gave up on attacking each other. They all attacked the cultivator who had obtained the small golden bell. Bang! The cultivator who obtained the small golden bell was instantly killed. Before he could even celebrate, he had already died a tragic death. Many people continued to fight for the golden bell. That golden bell is devouring blood. Lin Feng looked over and saw a scene that made his hair stand on end. The small golden bell was silently devouring the blood chi that permeated the air. The golden bell absorbed the essence of blood. The essence of the blood contained extremely powerful energy. "Demon Lord, are you not going to devour that golden bell?" Lin Feng asked, He recalled the scene when the demon Lord devoured the two Tao artifacts. Clearly, the small golden bell seemed to be much stronger than the two Tao tools that the demon Lord had devoured. If the demon Lord swallowed the small golden bell, in that case, the demon Lord would definitely awaken an even greater power. Lin Feng hoped that the demon Lord would leave the demon orb as soon as he revived, so that he could become the true owner of the demon orb. The demon Lord said indifferently, "The small golden bell is not simple. Run for your life. Once it revives with your cultivation, it will be too late for you to escape." Lin Feng naturally didn't think that the demon Lord was talking nonsense. He whispered to the people around him, "Let's go. We can't stay here any longer." "Kid, you're so scared just by watching the battle from afar. Why don't you go back while it's still early?" Someone sneered. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to those people and quickly left. There were also some people who didn't want to believe that Lin Feng was telling the truth, so they left with him. They had just flown 30 kilometers. The small golden bell suddenly flew into the air. Then, the small golden bell began to grow rapidly. The bell grew larger and larger, and larger and larger. Finally, the small golden bell grew to 100 meters in size. Everyone looked at the huge golden bell in confusion. They didn't understand what was going on. "It really is a supreme treasure," someone shouted excitedly and pounced on the golden bell. Dong, at this time, the golden bell that had been silent all this time suddenly made a dull sound. The sound of the bell resounded through the sky. With the golden bell as the center, waves of energy ripples swept out. Bang, bang, bang. Then, one by one, the cultivators' bodies exploded. They turned into a bloody mist. They died on the spot. "Run!" Everyone cried out in horror. Who would dare to stay for a moment? They turned around and frantically fled into the distance. It was too terrifying. The lethality of the golden bell was unimaginable. However, it was too late to escape now. The speed at which the sound waves spread was simply too fast. Many cultivators were instantly drowned by the sound waves. Their bodies instantly collapsed. How could this be? More than 300 cultivators who were watching the battle from the outside cried out in fear and fled for their lives. When Lin Feng warned these people before, there were even people who mocked Lin Feng. But now, they were so scared that their faces were pale and filled with regret. Why didn't they leave with that kid just now? They frantically fled into the distance. But they couldn't avoid the sound waves at all. Terrifying sound waves. In an instant, these 300 cultivators were drowned. Everyone died tragically. Lin Feng and the others, who had fled 50 miles away, turned their heads to look at what was happening in the distance. Their faces were pale. That was tens of thousands of cultivators. In an instant, they were killed by the golden bell. What level of treasure was that? Wasn't it too terrifying? Boom! A terrifying aura spread out from the golden bell. Then, the golden bell actually flew in the direction of Lin Feng and the others. "Not good. This golden bell has locked onto us. Let's go." Seeing the golden bell flying over, Lin Feng's face changed greatly. They quickly fled into the distance. The golden bell chased after them. When they passed by a snowy mountain, the snowy mountain split open. A snowy white dragon that was 1,000 meters long appeared. It was actually a blood dragon. The blood dragon roared towards the sky and waved its huge claws, smashing towards the small golden bell. Bang! The snow dragon collided with the small golden bell. The sky shook and the earth shook. The two powerful existences fought together, causing the sky to darken. The sun and moon lost their light, and the ice field was about to sink. Such a big commotion. Naturally, there was no way to hide it. Countless cultivators rushed over. There was no lack of strong cultivators among them. "This is the golden demon bell. It's actually this treasure?" a middle-aged cultivator exclaimed as he looked at the ancient bell, his eyes bursting with light. He was an imperial uncle of the great Xia Empire, and his status was frightening. "The golden demon bell, this is a divine weapon." An old man stepped forward, surrounded by endless divine flames. This was a strong cultivator of the Qinwu people who had transformed into a human. "He. So it's the golden demon bell that has appeared." "Such a thing. Can you give it to me?" The Empress walked over and said with a smile. Every move. She charmed everyone. Countless cultivators were captivated by her beauty. "Empress, your charms are useless against us." Chapter 740. "I didn't use any charms on you." The Empress laughed. She looked back and smiled charmingly. The beauties of the 6 palaces were colorless. Perhaps it was referring to a woman like the Empress. She was too perfect, so beautiful that it was suffocating. The imperial uncle of the great Xia Empire looked indifferent. He didn't say anything else. His eyes were fixed on the golden demon bell and the snow dragon. The old man from the Qinwu people was the same. Their goal was the golden demon bell. As for Lin Feng and the others, they were just watching the show. A treasure like the golden demon bell was too terrifying. It was impossible to obtain or subdue it. Lin Feng looked at the Empress with interest. He was admiring her. This woman was indeed beautiful. So beautiful that Lin Feng couldn't describe her beauty with words. The #1 beauty of Tianwu University. And she was so powerful. What kind of man was he? How could he conquer a woman like the Empress? The Empress seemed to have sensed something. She turned to look at Lin Feng. The Empress revealed a charming expression and asked, "Am I beautiful?" "Yes, of course. You are the most beautiful woman in the world." Many people were infatuated and praised her loudly. "Yes, you are indeed beautiful." Lin Feng glanced at the Empress's slender and beautiful legs, full breasts, her beautiful face, a slender waist that could be held with one arm. He muttered in his heart, this woman was indeed perfect. She had a golden ratio body and an extremely perfect face, coupled with her powerful strength. She was simply the nemesis of all men. She saw that Lin Feng wasn't charmed by her, and his gaze was very bold as he looked at the key parts of her body. The Empress had a strange feeling. In the Empress's eyes, there were 2 types of men. The first type, men who were infatuated with her. The second type, he was a man who wasn't charmed by her, but didn't dare to look her in the eye, because even those men who were not charmed by her, if he dared to stare at her for a long time, the Empress was also confident that she could make the other party fall into a state of enchantment and be unable to extricate himself. This was the Empress's confidence. Right now, this guy in front of him, she even dared to stare at him with such impudent eyes. Because this was the first time something like this had happened, the Empress had a strange feeling in her heart. He was furious. She wanted to use her charming martial spirit to deal with Lin Feng. However, at this moment, Lin Feng turned his face away from the Empress. This was because Lin Feng knew that the Empress's charm martial soul was terrifying. Therefore, when the Water Empress activated her charming martial spirit, do not look at the Water Empress. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. That bastard. The Empress gritted her teeth and walked over, wanting to teach Lin Feng a lesson. But at this moment, below the battle between the Golden Demon Bell and the Snow Dragon, the ice plains collapsed. The destructive power of the battle between these 2 terrifying existences was simply too terrifying. It directly pierced through the ice field. Rumble, immediately after, a large area of the ice field began to collapse. Many people were almost flying into the air. They saw that below the battle between the Golden Demon Bell and the Snow Dragon, a huge abyss with a radius of more than 30 miles had collapsed. Black fog spread out from the abyss. A terrifying aura surged out. That abyss seemed to be connected to the netherworld. Heavens, how could such a huge abyss collapse? What's under this abyss? Many people looked at the abyss in shock. Swoosh! The Golden Demon Bell did not stop and rushed into the abyss. Roar! The Snow Dragon also let out a loud dragon roar and rushed into the abyss. Could it be a great opportunity? The imperial uncle of the great Xia Empire was shocked and rushed into the abyss. He was such a big shot. He was experienced and knowledgeable. Therefore, when he saw the abyss appear, he knew that it was not simple. The old Qinwu people also rushed in. The Empress glanced at Lin Feng. Although she wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson, the Empress knew the most important thing now was to go to the abyss to find the opportunity. She also rushed into the abyss. Phew! Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He had almost run away just now. After these powerhouses rushed into the abyss, more and more cultivators also entered the abyss. Lin Feng also rushed into the abyss. In the abyss, black fog rolled. A cold and gloomy aura filled the air. This is black gold grass. Some cultivators exclaimed as they found a treasure on the walls of the abyss. Black gold grass. It was a spirit herb that looked like black gold. Black gold grass was extremely rare. 10 stalks of black gold grass could be exchanged for 1 supreme grade spirit stone. Many cultivators rushed over when they heard about the black gold grass. They began to collect the black gold grass. But at this moment, the surrounding rock walls suddenly turned into stone giants. These rock giants were extremely ugly. They had wings, and their roars shook the sky. They swung their huge palms at the cultivators collecting the black gold grass. Many cultivators were not prepared at all. They were hit by the stone giants' claws. One by one, the cultivators were sent flying and died on the spot. The cultivators who were not killed by the stone giants were also seriously injured. It's the stone giants. Quickly attack them. Kill the stone giants, and we will be able to get the stone heart. That is a treasure formed by heaven and earth. If we sell it at the auction house, it can be sold for a sky-high price. Seeing the stone giants appear one after another, many cultivators became excited and shouted loudly. Of course, there were also some cultivators who were very afraid of these stone giants and quickly flew down the abyss. However, even more cultivators took out their magic treasures to attack the stone giants. These cultivators obviously wanted to kill the stone giants and get the stone heart, but they underestimated the stone giants' strength. When the magic treasures bombarded the stone giants' bodies, the magic treasures could not destroy the stone giants' bodies at all. The stone giants' bodies were too hard. They blocked the attacks of the cultivators' magic treasures. Then the rock giants roared and pounced on the cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. The stone giants' attacks were very simple, just a pair of hands. Cultivators were constantly killed, and when these cultivators were being slaughtered by the stone giants, Lin Feng had already arrived at the bottom of the abyss. Many cultivators rushed into the abyss. The bottom of the abyss was very large, like an underground space. There was ice everywhere. The temperature was extremely low. Look, a group of palaces. Not long after, a cultivator pointed to the depths. Everyone looked over. They saw huge palaces appear in their line of sight. These palaces were densely packed, and it was unknown how many there were. Why are there so many palaces here? Lin Feng was shocked. Rumble, a loud sound shook the sky. Someone had already pushed open a huge palace. That palace. It seemed to be a main hall. It was 300 to 400 meters tall. Many cultivators rushed into the palace. Lin Feng also entered the palace with the many cultivators. That is Chapter 741. It was hazy. Everything was dark. However, one could see a beautiful figure standing there. She was wearing a snow-white dress, like a fairy from the Moon Palace, cold and beautiful. She opened the door to the palace. To think that such a beautiful woman had actually appeared. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? She was so beautiful, like a fairy from the ninth heaven. Her every move was filled with charm that could make anyone fall head over heels for her. She's not a person. An old cultivator said solemnly, "Could she be a ghost?" Someone's face turned pale, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was such a mysterious group of palaces. It was indeed possible for some strange things to happen. No, it's not a ghost, it's a brand. In the past, this woman lived here. Lin Feng said. They only heard the word brand. Many people were relieved. The hazy and mysterious woman walked towards the depths of the palace. It was pitch black. Her figure was about to disappear from everyone's sight. "Quick, chase after her, and take a look," a cultivator said, and quickly chased after the mysterious woman. Who is she? This palace? What's going on? Lin Feng frowned and thought. The palace was continuous. The appearance of such a woman was indeed very strange. The area of this palace was too big. After passing through an unknown number of halls, the mysterious woman disappeared without a trace in a courtyard. She disappeared. Many people frowned. The mysterious woman seemed to have disappeared into thin air. It was too strange. Everyone began to observe the courtyard. This was a courtyard that connected the four palaces. In the depths of the courtyard, there was a corridor that led to the palace. In the courtyard, there were rockery and strange stones, and a small bridge with flowing water. The environment was elegant. Many people looked at the courtyard. Everyone was observing, hoping to find some opportunities. But obviously, this was not an easy task. Although this place is continuous with palaces, there are not many main palaces. The palace we're in is one of the main palaces. It's impossible for there to be nothing left in such a main palace. A cultivator said. He was hopeful about the opportunities here. There were at least 2,000 cultivators pouring into the courtyard. In the depths of the courtyard, there were 4 passageways that led even deeper into the palace. Some cultivators rushed towards these passageways, wanting to investigate. However, right at that moment, a miserable scream was heard. A cultivator fell to the ground, his body twitching violently and his face pale. His entire body stiffened, and his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. His appearance was truly terrifying. What happened? Many people's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly walked over. Lin Feng squatted down and examined him. With a serious expression, he said, "He's poisoned." Just as he finished speaking, right at this moment, a beam of light flew out with a swoosh sound and shot towards Lin Feng. He took a closer look. It was actually a poisonous insect that looked like a scorpion or a mantis. It had wings and was extremely fast. He didn't know what kind of creature it was. This kind of living being was entirely green in color. Clearly, there was a deadly poison in his body. Be careful! Seeing the beam of light shooting towards Lin Feng, someone reminded him. Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough. He gently slashed out a sword chi and tore the poisonous insect apart. Dark green mantis scorpion, hurry up and leave. This is a highly poisonous creature, and it's a swarm of poisonous insects. Once its poison invades your body, you'll definitely die. When a cultivator saw the poisonous insect that Lin Feng had killed, his expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but shout loudly. However, his body didn't slow down at all as he shot towards the outside. It was obvious that many people had heard of the reputation of the dark green mantis scorpion. At this moment, their expressions changed drastically as they quickly rushed outside. However, it was too late to leave now. Buzz buzz in the air, the sound of wings flapping could be heard. In the fake mountains of the courtyard, in the grass, a dense group of dark green mantis scorpions pounced towards the cultivators. Soon, many cultivators began to scream miserably. They died tragically under the attacks of the dark green mantis scorpions. Use your magic treasure to attack these poisonous insects. A cultivator shouted. Many cultivators hurriedly took out their magic treasure and attacked the dark green mantis scorpions. However, there were too many dark green mantis scorpions. Although the dark green mantis scorpions were constantly killed by the magic treasure. However, more and more dark green mantis scorpions rushed out. Cultivators continued to die tragically. Out of more than 2,000 cultivators, it didn't take long for 400 to 500 people to die. The Insect King is here. Not far away, a cultivator shouted loudly. The Insect King that was commanding the swarm of insects to attack everyone appeared in a patch of grass. It was a dark green mantis scorpion the size of a wash basin. It was much larger than an ordinary dark green mantis scorpion. More than 10 cultivators rushed forward, wanting to kill the Insect King. If they could kill the Insect King, the dark green mantis scorpions would definitely disperse because there was no dragon left. However, the Insect King was too powerful. It quickly flew out as fast as lightning. Puff, puff, more than 10 cultivators' heads were instantly chopped off by the Insect King's sharp claws. Cultivators continued to attack the Insect King. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to fight to the death. However, these cultivators' fates were all very tragic. They all died under the Insect King's claws. This Insect King's strength was a bit abnormal. In the end, there were only about 1,000 cultivators left. However, the swarm of insects kept increasing. It was obvious that they were in danger of being wiped out at any time. Attack it separately. Don't be too concentrated. I have a treasure. Let's see if it can kill the Insect King. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Things had reached the most critical point. Even though he knew that he might die in the Insect King's hands, Lin Feng had to give it his all, because their forces were quickly weakening. If they waited until all the cultivators died, he wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone cover us! An old man shouted in a deep voice. Many cultivators resisted the attacks of the swarm with difficulty. They protected Lin Feng and more than 10 people in the middle and separated the swarm from the Insect King. The swarm of insects seemed to know that these cultivators were going to attack the Insect King, so they attacked even more crazily. They won't be able to hold on for long. Let's do it. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More than 10 cultivators rushed towards the Insect King. The Insect King looked at them with contempt. Obviously, this dark green mantis scorpion king already had an extremely high level of intelligence. The dark green mantis scorpion king also rushed into the crowd. Puff, puff. The heads of the cultivators were cut off one by one. Lin Feng took out the bronze mirror, but he couldn't see the dark green mantis scorpion king at all. The dark green mantis scorpion king's speed was too fast. Second brother, third brother, live well. Bring my body back and bury it. A cultivator in his 30s roared. His body burned as he rushed towards the dark green mantis scorpion king. Big brother! The two younger cultivators cried out sorrowfully. Tears welled up in their eyes. The cultivator burned his life essence and raised his battle strength to the extreme. He wasn't instantly killed by the dark green mantis scorpion king. Instead, he hugged the dark green mantis scorpion king. The dark green mantis scorpion king was too powerful. Its claws directly shattered his chest. I found its weakness at the neck. Quick, kill it. The cultivator looked at Lin Feng. Bronze mirror. Lin Feng quickly activated the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror swept out a terrifying light and bombarded the dark green mantis scorpion king's body. It instantly pierced through the dark green mantis scorpion king's neck. The dark green mantis scorpion, king the size of a wash basin, fell to the ground. Chapter 742. The insect king was killed. As expected, the insect swarm was in chaos. Without a group of dragons, the insect swarm's combat strength was greatly reduced, and many poisonous insects were killed. The insect swarm could no longer organize a powerful force and began to retreat. They either drilled into the ground or hid in a hidden place. Quick, let's go. We can't stay here for long. Many cultivators' faces were pale. Being able to survive made them feel like they were in a dream. So, those cultivators didn't dare to stay and quickly rushed into the 4 tunnels to look for opportunities. Big brother, you died so miserably. 2 young cultivators knelt in front of the dead cultivator and cried. Lin Feng stood not far away, looking at the dead cultivator, full of admiration. That cultivator dared to risk his life to fight the insect king. It was already admirable. Seeing that the insect king couldn't be defeated, in order to protect his 2 younger brothers, he didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself. This was the kinship of blood, making him sacrifice his life for his 2 younger brothers. My condolences. After fighting together, the few cultivators who survived all patted the 2 brothers on the shoulders. Then they quickly left. The dead can't be revived. The best way to repay your brother is for you to live a better life. Lin Feng said. The 2 of them nodded and kept their brother's corpse. They also entered a tunnel. Those who died had already passed away, and those who were alive had to move forward. This was the path of a cultivator. Although 9 of them died, but they still had to press forward. Lin Feng was about to leave. Suddenly, he noticed that the green mantis scorpion king's claws actually moved. It's not dead. Lin Feng was shocked. He took out the black dragon sword and gave the green mantis scorpion king another stab. But it was still not enough to kill the green mantis scorpion king. The insect king was struggling. What a strong vitality, if not for knowing the insect king's weakness. I'm afraid everyone would have died under its claws today. Let me try and see if I can burn the insect king to death with my heavenly fire. Lin Feng was about to use his heavenly fire to burn the insect king. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual will entered Lin Feng's mind. Spare me, I'm willing to serve you. Lin Feng's eyes widened when he heard the voice. It turned out to be the dark green mantis scorpion king's divine telekinesis. This was the bug king. He had actually cultivated to the point where he could communicate with humans. Obviously, this bug king was more complicated than Lin Feng had imagined. All right, since you want to live, open your soul and let me place a soul imprint in your soul. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the dark green mantis scorpion king. The dark green mantis scorpion king felt indignant, but it knew, if he didn't obey, only death awaited him. Thus he opened his soul. Lin Feng successfully branded his soul imprint into the dark green mantis scorpion king's soul. Just like that, Lin Feng no longer had to worry about the dark green mantis scorpion king harming him. Lin Feng took out a beast slave bag. This was something he had obtained from killing the crimson-robed beastmaster. Blood-robed beast tamers were known to cultivate all kinds of poisonous creatures. Currently, Lin Feng's storage ring even contained the poisonous creatures that the crimson-robed beast tamers had cultivated in the past. There were even many poisonous insects. Of course, those poisonous insects couldn't be compared to the dark green mantis scorpion group. Since you are the bug king here, summon all the poisonous insects here and let them be under my command. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the dark green mantis scorpion king. How terrifying was this swarm of insects? Lin Feng had already seen it. If he could control the swarm of insects, even if it was a supreme expert of the creation realm, if he was careless, he might be heavily injured by the swarm. He might even be killed by the swarm. Yes, master, the dark green mantis scorpion king replied. Then it emitted a special wave and contacted the swarm of insects hidden in the surroundings. Then a dense swarm of insects flew out, seeing the black mass of dark green mantis scorpions. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. Fortunately, these dark green mantis scorpions wouldn't attack him now. All the dark green mantis scorpions flew into the beast slave bag. A happy smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He kept the beast slave bag with this group of dark green mantis scorpions. Even if he met a creation realm expert, he might be able to kill the other party. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, more cultivators poured into the hall from outside. Lin Feng didn't stop either. He chose a passage and rushed into it. The passageway was deep, and soon he saw the great halls on both sides of the passageway. Many of the great halls had been opened, and within the great halls, there was an extremely fierce battle. Cultivators continued to die miserably. Obviously, they must have found some treasure. Many cultivators were fighting crazily. Previously, we were fighting against the dark green mantis group together, but now we can't wait to kill each other. How ironic! Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He didn't enter the halls to snatch the treasures, but instead walked deeper in. In the deepest part, there was one of the most enormous palaces. Rumble, rumble! A loud sound shook the sky. A large number of cultivators were gathered here, trying their best to push open the huge stone door. Crack, crack! Finally, with the efforts of hundreds of cultivators, the door was being pushed open bit by bit. The 200-meter-tall door was finally pushed open, revealing a 3-meter-long gap. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately after, many cultivators rushed into the hall. Lin Feng also entered the hall. He saw this hall was divided into 9 levels. The first level of the hall, there was only one statue. It was a statue of a woman. It's her. Lin Feng was shocked. After seeing this woman's statue, he instantly thought of the mysterious woman he saw when he first entered the hall. She was as cold as a fairy from the Moon Palace. In the end, she disappeared from the courtyard. It was this woman in front of him. Her statue appeared in the first level of the 9 palaces. Other than this statue, there was nothing else in the first level of the hall. The cultivators who entered did not pay attention to the statue and rushed into the depths of the hall. Lin Feng was about to enter the depths of the hall. At this time, the dark green mantis scorpion king transmitted a spiritual wolf fluctuation. Master, there's a mystery behind the statue. There's a mystery behind it? Lin Feng was surprised. He came to the back of the statue and saw nothing. He touched the statue with his hand. Under the neck, there were some different places. He pressed hard. Crack! A groove appeared. In the groove, there was a bracelet. Storage bracelet? Lin Feng's eyes widened. It was actually a storage bracelet. This kind of thing was very rare because storage bracelets were all made of jade. It was extremely difficult, and the technology had long been lost. Obviously, this storage bracelet had an extremely ancient origin. Could it be this woman's thing? Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Storage bracelet? It's actually a storage bracelet. Chapter 743. Kid, stop right there. More than 10 cultivators stopped Lin Feng, who was about to leave. Not good. The people from Cold Fiend Island are one step ahead of us. Let's wait and see for now. There were also some cultivators who stood not far away and looked over coldly. Obviously, those people also saw that Lin Feng had obtained a storage bracelet. They all had evil thoughts in their hearts. After all, Lin Feng was just one person. It would not take much effort to deal with him. However, the cultivators from Cold Fiend Island had taken the initiative to attack, which made them wary. Cold Fiend Island was a famous ancient force in the East Sea world. Although they were not as powerful as the 3 saints and 4 immortals, their strength could not be underestimated. With such a powerful force as their backing, the cultivators of Cold Fiend Island were naturally fearless. Lin Feng glanced at the cultivators of Cold Fiend Island and asked, "What's the matter? Did you just get a storage bracelet?" Someone asked. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. Seeing Lin Feng answer so straightforwardly, the cultivators of Cold Fiend Island were very surprised. Then another cultivator from Cold Fiend Island sneered and said, "In that case, hand over the storage bracelet, and we will spare your life." The cultivators of Cold Fiend Island looked at Lin Feng with a condescending expression. It seemed that as long as Lin Feng dared to say no, these people would immediately attack and kill Lin Feng. I wonder if that kid will hand it over. If he gives the storage bracelet to the people of Cold Fiend Island, we will have no chance at all. He should hand it over, right? After all, he's just one person. If he dares to resist, isn't he courting death? Many people were discussing. At that moment, Lin Feng's answer made these people stunned. Scram. Just one word. Simple and decisive. The cultivators of Cold Fiend Island were not the only ones in disbelief. Even the surrounding cultivators were shocked. Obviously, they did not expect Lin Feng to dare tell the people of Cold Fiend Island to scram. Didn't this kid see that there were 3 Yin experts on Cold Fiend Island? He actually dared to tell the cultivators of Cold Fiend Island to scram. Was this kid tired of living? The cultivators from Cold Fiend Island twitched their mouths. Immediately after, their eyes were filled with killing intent. They looked at Lin Feng coldly. In their opinion, Lin Feng, a mere cultivator at the peak of the Martial King realm, actually dared to tell them to scram. This was already a capital offense. You reckless fool. A cultivator from Cold Fiend Island attacked Lin Feng. These cultivators from Cold Fiend Island were very powerful. Anyone who dared to provoke them, kill without mercy. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Murder. Sometimes it's very simple. He didn't need any reason to kill. This was the world of cultivators. The cultivator sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. This palm was like a cold blade, slashing down. Many people even vaguely felt that they saw a blade light streaking across the void. Afterward, that blade light, in an instant, it slashed towards Lin Feng. It's an ancient secret technique passed down from Cold Fiend Island, the cold saber palm technique. It's said that once this cold saber palm technique is successfully cultivated, the palm will be extremely sharp and can cut through iron like mud. How powerful is this cold saber palm technique? Won't that kid be split in half? Yes, I'm afraid he'll be killed instantly. Some onlookers were discussing. Many people looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, Lin Feng definitely couldn't withstand this attack. Reckless fool, I told you to scram. Didn't you hear me? Facing the attack of the Cold Fiend Island cultivator, Lin Feng shouted coldly and directly exhaled. His breath turned into a sword, buffed. The chest of the Cold Fiend Island cultivator, who attacked Lin Feng, was pierced through. His body flew backward. He fell to the ground. He was already dead. He killed a cultivator at the peak of the Martial King realm with a breath? Oh my God, isn't that kid too powerful? Many cultivators cried out in shock. They originally thought that Lin Feng would die in the hands of the Cold Fiend Island cultivator. However, they didn't expect that Lin Feng would kill the other party in an instant, killing with a breath. What kind of technique was this? Wasn't it too unbelievable? But it was such an unbelievable scene. However, it really happened in front of them. This kid actually hid his strength. Let's attack together and cut this kid into 1,000 pieces. A Yin-Yang realm cultivator from the Cold Fiend Island shouted coldly. Phew, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, facing the siege of these experts. His attack was very simple. He spat out a breath. Puff, puff, puff. More than a dozen cultivators' bodies were pierced one after another. The Cold Fiend Island cultivators. They died tragically on the spot, killing with a breath. It was amazing. Such a technique. Only by condensing one's strength to the extreme could one use it. Originally, everyone had only heard of killing with a breath. However, they had never seen it before. Today, they saw with their own eyes the method of killing with a breath. The cultivators of the Cold Fiend Island were all experts. However, they were killed by a breath. Among the dozen or so cultivators of the Cold Fiend Island, only 3 Yin-Yang realm cultivators were still alive. Their cultivation levels were very high. They blocked Lin Feng's breath. Damn it, use the flying swords to kill him. The eyes of the 3 Yin-Yang realm cultivators were filled with killing intent. One by one, they roared. Buzz, buzz. Intense fluctuations swept through the world. 3 pinnacle treasures appeared. Each of them was a treasure. They were all emitting shocking energy fluctuations. Pinnacle treasures. And there are 3 of them. What a powerful fluctuation. What a terrifying aura. As expected of a pinnacle treasure. This time, that kid is in danger, facing the attack of 3 pinnacle treasure flying swords. It will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, unless he can take out an even more powerful Dharma treasure. An even more powerful Dharma treasure? Doesn't that mean that he needs to take out a Tao artifact? A Tao artifact isn't something that ordinary people can have. Doesn't that mean that this kid is definitely going to die? Many people were discussing, seeing the 3 Cold Fiend Island cultivators take out their pinnacle treasure, flying swords. The onlookers knew that Lin Feng's fate was likely to be sealed. Swish, the 3 pinnacle treasure flying swords quickly slashed towards Lin Feng. Fast. Their speed was too fast. They slashed down in an instant. They wanted to kill Lin Feng on the spot. Humph! Facing the attack of 3 pinnacle treasure flying swords, Lin Feng sneered and punched out. Clang! 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 3 consecutive loud and muffled sounds were heard. The 3 pinnacle treasure flying swords were sent flying by Lin Feng's iron fists. His physical body can shake Dharma treasures? Is he still human? Seeing this, many of the spectating cultivators were almost scared to death. Lin Feng had already rushed in front of an Yin-Yang realm cultivator. He let out a long howl. His breath was like a sword. Puff! The Yin-Yang realm cultivator's head was cut off by Lin Feng's breath. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Chapter 744. You're actually so powerful. The other two Inyang cultivators from Cold Fiend Island looked at Lin Feng with pale faces. They originally thought that Lin Feng was a small fry that they could kill at will. They didn't know until now. They were gravely mistaken. Lin Feng was too powerful. So powerful. It was not something they could fight against. At this moment, the two of them were almost scared out of their wits. They no longer had the courage to fight. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he walked towards the two of them. He had no intention of letting them go. We are from Cold Fiend Island. If you dare to kill us, Cold Fiend Island will not let you go. The two Inyang cultivators threatened. They wanted to use Cold Fiend Island to intimidate Lin Feng. They wanted Lin Feng to let them live. At the same time, the two of them were filled with killing intent. They had made up their minds. As long as they escaped, they would find the experts from Cold Fiend Island and cut Lin Feng into pieces, to vent the hatred in their hearts. However, the two of them did not expect that. Lin Feng had no intention of letting them go. So what if they brought out Cold Fiend Island? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He looked coldly at the two cultivators from Cold Fiend Island and said, contemptuously, "Cold Fiend Island? Is it very powerful?" That faint mocking voice sounded. Lin Feng's attack had already blasted towards the two of them. Sky Splitter struck out. In the void, it condensed into a dazzling saber light. That saber light, it was as if it was going to tear the void apart. Its power was unimaginably strong. "We'll fight it out with you." The two Cold Fiend Island cultivators' eyes also revealed a fierce gaze. They roared and pounced towards Lin Feng from left and right. Puff, puff, but it was useless. Their bodies were instantly torn apart by the saber light. Blood splattered. The two Cold Fiend Island cultivators were killed. Seeing more than a dozen cultivators from Cold Fiend Island killed by Lin Feng, the other cultivators were so scared that their faces turned pale. Among the cultivators who were watching the show, there were still some who wanted to attack Lin Feng. But now, he was so scared that he seemed to have lost half his life. Lin Feng coldly swept his gaze over the crowd. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Lin Feng no longer paid any attention to these cultivators who were watching the show. He quickly headed towards the depths. In the 9 halls, starting from the second palace, treasures began to appear. Many people, they all went forward to snatch it. Lin Feng didn't stay outside. He went all the way inside. They arrived at the 9th palace. The 9th palace was the largest. To Lin Feng's surprise, the 9th palace was empty. There was no treasure. He didn't even have anything. However, Lin Feng discovered that there were many mysterious pictures in the 9th palace. These pictures, the content of the painting, was also very strange. Some of the pictures seemed to be scenes of ancient people offering sacrifices to their ancestors. In some of the pictures, there were crowds of people. It seemed like a large-scale battle was taking place. Some of the pictures were of huge palaces being built to worship the gods. Some of the paintings depicted mountains and rivers. Some of the paintings depicted floods. An ancient powerhouse appeared to control the floods. Some of the paintings seemed to be about cultivation. The figures in the paintings sat cross-legged, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. All kinds of pictures appeared in his line of sight. This made Lin Feng very surprised. He didn't understand the meaning of these murals. Many cultivators were scattered around the hall, carefully staring at the contents of the murals and whispering from time to time. At this moment, a shocking fluctuation came from not far away. In front of a mural, a young cultivator sat cross-legged. The fluctuation came from the young cultivator's body. "He has an epiphany," someone exclaimed. "Epiphany. It was an extremely difficult state to enter. Once one entered the state of epiphany, they would often be able to obtain extremely great benefits. Epiphany by looking at the murals. It seems that these murals are not simple. Many cultivators hurriedly found a place to sit down and also observed the murals, wanting to have an epiphany. If they could enter the state of epiphany, they might be able to obtain great benefits. It was like how cultivators comprehended spirit. Many people entered the mysterious state of epiphany. When they woke up, they discovered they had actually comprehended spirit. However, there were also some cultivators who looked at the young cultivator who had an epiphany and sneered. There was no lack of people in the world who were jealous. 5 cultivators walked towards the young cultivator who had entered the state of epiphany. One of them glanced at the young cultivator who had an epiphany. The state of epiphany is about to be interrupted. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed. They couldn't help but feel pity for the young cultivator. If the state of epiphany was interrupted, if they wanted to enter the state of epiphany again, they didn't know how long they would have to wait. Seeing that these people were about to succeed, suddenly, divine light surged from the body of the cultivator who had entered the state of epiphany. Immediately after, a jeweling god flew out. The jeweling god roared and charged towards the cultivator, who attacked. External incarnation. Many cultivators exclaimed. The jeweling god was the external incarnation that the young cultivator who had entered the state of epiphany had refined. It was very similar to Lin Feng's 9 Emperor clone. The expression of the cultivator who had attacked earlier changed drastically. He wanted to withdraw and retreat, but it was too late. He was killed by the jeweling god's punch. Then, the jeweling god charged towards the other 4. It has nothing to do with us. We didn't attack. The 4 of them shouted with pale faces. A nest of snakes and rats. How can we forgive them? The jeweling god sneered. He charged towards the 4. Bang, 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 bang. 4 consecutive punches were sent out. The 4 cultivators were directly killed by the jeweling god. Then, the jeweling god turned into a stream of light and drilled into the young cultivator's body. They really deserved it. Not far away, Lin Feng saw this scene. The corner of his mouth hooked up into an indifferent smile. Those who commit too much injustice will bring about their own destruction. Those 5 people wanted to disturb others' cultivation. In the end, they were killed. They deserved to die. They didn't deserve sympathy. Lin Feng also sat cross-legged. He observed the murals. Murals after murals. They flashed through his mind. The ancient ancestors sacrificed. The ancient ancestors prayed for rain. The ancient ancestors hunted. The ancient ancestors fought. All kinds of pictures. They flashed one by one. Slowly, Lin Feng felt that he seemed to have entered a mysterious world. This was a world so ancient that it was hard to imagine. There were murderers running rampant everywhere. Lin Feng didn't know where he was. Looking around, it was an ancient forest. There was no end in sight. Roar. In the distant mountains, there were roars of fierce beasts. A giant bear that was over 100 meters tall swept through the forest. Soon after, a 1,000-meter-long centipede stood up. Rumble! The forest shook violently. Lin Feng looked down in shock, not knowing what had happened. At this time, a huge monster stood up. This was a strange beast that was 10,000 feet long. It was unknown what species it was, but it woke up from its slumber. Countless rocks were shaken off by it. What is this place? Am I looking at the murals? Did I enter the world in the murals? Lin Feng frowned. His heart was filled with doubts. 3 days later, Lin Feng came to a mountain village. Wow! Lin Feng hadn't been there for very long when he heard a baby crying in one of the rooms. I gave birth to a son. Chapter 745. When a child was born in the village, a sacrificial ceremony would be held. This was a ceremony that many villages would hold in ancient times. And this mountain village, it was no exception. More than 2,000 people in the village gathered together under the lead of the village chief to worship the heavens. They placed all kinds of offerings and were extremely pious. Then, a ray of divine light shot out from the void. The divine light shone into the child's forehead. This was fortune. After worshiping the heavens, the child would receive the fortune bestowed by the heavens. A golden mark was left between the child's eyebrows. Seeing the golden lightning-like mark, the old village chief was so excited that tears streamed down his face. War god mark. It's actually the war god mark. The entire village was in an uproar. The war god mark was the most powerful kind of fortune. A lucky child who was blessed with the war god mark. He could become a powerful war god in the future. The large tribes within 1,000 miles heard about this matter and sent people to investigate. Then the entire village was rewarded because of this newborn child. More than 2,000 people in the village moved to the large tribe. 16 years later, among the group of tribe disciples who rode strange beasts back from hunting in the forest, there was a young man who was the most handsome. His name was Xing Tian. He was born 16 years ago and had grown up now. He was destined to become a war god. Brother Xing Tian, a beautiful girl, ran over and personally welcomed Xing Tian. This was the daughter of the tribe chief. She had followed Xing Tian since she was young. She and Xing Tian grew up together. Obviously, perhaps soon, the girl would be betrothed to Xing Tian. Under the envious gazes of many people, Xing Tian reached out and grabbed the girl's small hand and pulled her onto the strange beast. The girl leaned into Xing Tian's arms. Xing Tian rode the strange beast and rushed into the distance. Half a year later, in the depths of the mountains, in the Great Lake, there was a shocking immortal treasure. Many experts from ancient large factions came. Those large factions, they were factions that the tribe couldn't compare to. These people from the large factions came for the immortal treasure. The tribe also organized a group of people to go into the depths of the mountains, hoping to find some opportunities that the large factions didn't want. For example, some large factions killed powerful beasts. They didn't want these beasts at all. But these beasts were incomparably precious to the tribe. The immortal treasure appeared. Many great powers were in a chaotic battle. Powerful demonic beasts also appeared. The scene became even more chaotic. Many ferocious beasts participated in the battle and were slaughtered. The people of the tribe had a rich harvest. In the end, the immortal treasure flew away. These major powers chased after him. The tribesmen returned with a large number of demonic beast corpses. A group of people riding strange beasts passed over the tribe. Said a young man when he saw the beautiful woman in the tribe. He was shocked. I never thought that there would be such a beautiful woman in the savage wasteland. I can bring her back and train her to be my slave. I'll definitely enjoy her. The young master had an extremely powerful background. He was a direct descendant of one of the most ancient powers. Their influence was unimaginable. He personally took the girl into his arms. Let me go. The young girl struggled in fear. The tribesmen were enraged and quickly gathered around. The young man's voice was ice cold. Leave none alive. A cultivator beside the young master attacked. Hundreds of thousands of people in the entire tribe were slaughtered. The tribe turned into a sea of blood. The young girl was overwhelmed with grief and fainted. The young master took the young girl away. When Xing Tian and the others returned, they saw this tragic scene. Everyone was lying in a pool of blood. Xing Tian rushed to the ruins like a madman. He found his grandfather, father, mother, sister, and all his family members had died tragically. The others were also frantically looking for their family members. However, everyone was dead. "Little Yu, where are you?" Xing Tian frantically searched for little Yu. They had gotten engaged last month. The wedding would be held in half a year. Among the countless corpses, he could not find the young girl. "Xing Tian." A weak voice sounded. A middle-aged man was hanging on to his last breath. He had just woken up. "Patriarch." Xing Tian ran over and held the middle-aged man in his arms. This was little Yu's father. "It's the people from the Grand Divine Court. They took little Yu away." After saying this sentence intermittently, Li Yundong's expression changed. The patriarch completely stopped breathing. The Grand Divine Court. Perhaps everyone knew about this power. The Grand Divine Court was the most terrifying orthodoxy in the world. As for the Grand Divine Court, it was one of the most powerful forces. "The Grand Divine Court, we have no hope of taking revenge." The others were crying in grief. In the entire tribe, only the 1,000 people who had entered the depths of the mountains did not die. They buried everyone. Xing Tian, left with endless hatred. He wanted to cultivate. He wanted to become stronger, to avenge his grandfather, father, mother, sister, relatives, and clansmen. He wanted to find little Yu, but Xing Tian did not know. That night, little Yu did not want to be humiliated. Before the young master of the Grand Divine Court wanted to defile her, little Yu bit her tongue and committed suicide. What bad luck, throwing the corpse down the cliff to feed the wolves. The young master's eyes were gloomy. 100 years later, Xing Tian came to the Grand Divine Court to investigate what had happened in the past. Finally, he found a clue. The person who had done this back then was a prince of the Grand Divine Court. He was the nephew of the Grand Divine Court's human emperor. Xing Tian sneaked into the imperial capital and captured the other party to interrogate him about what had happened in the past. When he learned that little Yu had killed herself 100 years ago, Xing Tian cried bitterly and tears of blood flowed out. The prince of the Grand Divine Court begged Xing Tian to spare his life. How could Xing Tian spare him? Xing Tian cut him into 1,000 pieces. But soon, Xing Tian was wanted by the Grand Divine Court. During the long process of fleeing, Xing Tian's cultivation became stronger and stronger. Gradually, many experts gathered around him. Finally, one day, Xing Tian was strong enough. He held the war god axe in his hand and led countless experts to launch the most tragic battle with the Grand Divine Court. This battle could be said to have shaken the heavens. The Grand Divine Court had stood tall for hundreds of millions of years. This force was so strong, it was hard to imagine. But now, Xing Tian dared to challenge the dignity of the Grand Divine Court. This was the first time in hundreds of millions of years. Countless people thought that Xing Tian would definitely die this time. But no one expected that in the first battle, Xing Tian would kill 36 experts of the Grand Divine Court at the Grand Divine Court. He established his reputation as the supreme war god. "Kill!" Deafening shouts resounded through the sky. Although the number of cultivators on Xing Tian's side was small, under Xing Tian's leadership, their momentum was magnificent. These people killed the cultivators of the Grand Divine Court. They killed gods and Buddhas. Their fighting spirit was like the sea. They were invincible. Lin Feng watched this battle in shock. The cultivators, led by Xing Tian, were too terrifying. Their cultivation and numbers were not comparable to the Grand Divine Court's, but their fighting spirit was so strong that it could make heaven and earth collapse and shatter the galaxy. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" A series of earth-shattering shouts resounded. Every time the word kill was shouted, the Xingtian Legion's fighting spirit doubled. This was an unimaginable improvement. The stronger their fighting spirit, the stronger their fighting spirit, the stronger their fighting spirit became. In this world, Lin Feng saw Xingtian's life. From his birth, growing up, falling in love with Xiaoya, losing all his family, leaving alone, experiencing endless pain and suffering, and finally improving his cultivation. Lin Feng did not belong to this world, but he was shocked by the Xingtian Legion's fighting spirit in this world. That endless fighting spirit, it was deeply imprinted in Lin Feng's mind. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out from Lin Feng's body. He opened his eyes. Lin Feng saw that he had returned to reality from the world in the mural. The moment he opened his eyes, his body emitted a terrifying aura that shook heaven and earth. That was the heaven-punishing fighting spirit. Lin Feng had actually comprehended the heaven-punishing fighting spirit. The moment the heaven-punishing fighting spirit dissipated, in the 9th palace, many cultivators were alarmed. They felt the heaven-punishing fighting spirit emitted from Lin Feng's body. Countless cultivators' faces turned pale. What exactly happened? All the cultivators looked at Lin Feng with pale eyes. They had an illusion. The person standing there did not seem to be a young cultivator. Chapter 746. Heaven-punishing fighting spirit. It's indeed powerful. When Lin Feng sensed the incredible battle energy in his body, a smile appeared on his face. This epiphany, he had obtained a great opportunity. He had actually comprehended the heaven-punishing fighting spirit. The heaven-punishing fighting spirit, and the battle force that Lin Feng had comprehended before. Strictly speaking, they were both a type of domineering. The so-called domineering, it meant that that person did not use any means to release their domineering aura. It was enough to defeat countless people. But now, Lin Feng had comprehended the force and the heaven-punishing fighting spirit. However, he was still far from being able to raise the force and the heaven-punishing fighting spirit to the level of domineering. This kid is really lucky. It seems that he has gained a lot. Many people looked at Lin Feng enviously, wanting to gain all the benefits here. It was not an easy task. It required a strong comprehension ability. Of course, it also required some luck. Lin Feng restrained his aura. He continued to observe the murals. He hoped that he could gain something. The others also hurried to comprehend the mysteries of the murals. This was because 2 cultivators had entered a state of epiphany and obtained great benefits. This deeply stimulated the other cultivators. "Brother, how should I address you?" A hearty voice sounded. Lin Feng looked over. This person was the young cultivator who had been in an epiphany earlier. This person was not simple. He had refined the avatar of the giant spirit god. Lin Feng. Muzhou. The 2 of them introduced themselves to each other. Muzhou smiled and said, "Brother, your cultivation is extraordinary. After leaving this abyss, head northeast. There are many opportunities in this area. When the time comes, you can go and fight for it." Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He did not expect Muzhou to tell him this information. Obviously, this information was very likely told to Muzhou by an elder. Muzhou had done him a favor and told him. "Thank you." Lin Feng cupped his fists. "Haha, Brother Lin is too polite. Then I won't disturb Brother Lin's comprehension of the murals here. I'll take my leave first." Muzhou cupped his fists. "Brother Muzhou, take care." Lin Feng also cupped his fists. Muzhou left. Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. This was the world of cultivators. He was very powerful. Many people would come to befriend him. If he was weak, who would care? Just like in Muzhou, there were so many people in the hall. Why was he the only one who wanted to make friends with him? It was because Muzhou saw the immense potential in him, birds of a feather flock together. The people that Muzhou befriended were all top-notch geniuses that he acknowledged. Lin Feng retracted his gaze and turned to look at the murals. Lin Feng's gaze locked onto the dozens of murals of the Great Battle. This was the battle between the Xingtian Legion and the highest god dynasty. In the world of the murals, Lin Feng could only experience up to this point before his connection with the world of the murals was severed. As for what happened after that, no one knew. Is the Xingtian in the world of murals the legendary Xingtian? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He suddenly thought of a legend. In the primordial era, the heavenly court ruled over the myriad worlds. The master of the heavenly court was called the Celestial Emperor. Under the Celestial Emperor, there was a war god called Xingtian. During his long reign, the Celestial Emperor went from being a benevolent monarch to a violent one who killed the innocent. Xingtian was furious and questioned the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor, who felt that he had lost face, wanted to kill Xingtian to establish his might in front of the gods. However, Xingtian was too powerful. He escaped, gathered his forces, and challenged the Celestial Emperor's brutal rule. Xingtian and the Celestial Emperor fought at the peak of the 9 heavens. He was defeated. The Celestial Emperor cut off one of his heads. Of course, these were just legends. Were they real? Lin Feng did not know. It was hard to say whether the things that happened in the world of murals were real or not. Lin Feng observed for a while and found that the murals after the Great Battle had become very blurry. Many of the contents could no longer be seen clearly. Therefore, there was no way to investigate what happened after that. No wonder my connection with the world of murals was severed. Even the murals are missing. Lin Feng muttered. He planned to leave. He had already obtained the opportunity. There was no need to continue staying in this hall. Boom! At this moment, an incomparably terrifying aura came from outside. Immediately after, a cultivator walked into the 9th hall. This cultivator, killing intent surged in his eyes. Cold Fiend Island. Lung Qianqiu. Someone recognized this cultivator and immediately cried out in alarm. Why would he be here? It seems like he's in a rage. What a terrifying killing intent. Could it be that someone provoked this person? Many people were discussing. Senior brother, it's that brat. Behind Lung Qianqiu, a cultivator pointed at Lin Feng. Lung Qianqiu's cold gaze looked at Lin Feng. His eyes flickered with killing intent. Brat, you're the one who killed the people of my Cold Fiend Island? The killing intent in Lung Qianqiu's eyes was as deep as the sea. Lin Feng said indifferently, That's right, it's me. He wanted to kill me and steal my treasures, but he was killed by me. He only has himself to blame. If that's the case, you only have yourself to blame for being killed by me, right? Lung Qianqiu's face was filled with a sinister smile. Boom! Immediately after, a destructive aura spread out from his body. 6th firmament of the Yin-Yang realm. Many people looked at Lung Qianqiu in shock. What terrifying strength! That brat seems to be only a martial king. He actually made an expert like Lung Qianqiu attack him? That brat probably has a precious treasure on him. So Lung Qianqiu personally killed him just in case. Many cultivators whispered among themselves. Now, they were looking at Lin Feng with pity. In their opinion, Lin Feng would not be able to escape from Lung Qianqiu's hands. Die, brat! Lung Qianqiu was very direct. He directly rushed towards Lin Feng and attacked Lin Feng with a mad dragon roaring sky fist. Everyone felt as if Lung Qianqiu had turned into a huge dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it charged towards Lin Feng. Many cultivators trembled when they felt the terrifying aura from Lung Qianqiu's body. Their faces turned pale. His strength is not simple, as expected of a sixth firmament of the Yin-Yang realm. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. If he hadn't comprehended the heaven-punishing fighting spirit, it would have been very troublesome to deal with Lung Qianqiu. He would have to use a spiritual formation. He would have to use all his means. However, Lin Feng had comprehended the heaven-punishing fighting spirit. His battle-strength soared. Boom! Lin Feng activated the heaven-punishing fighting spirit. His battle intent soared to the sky. A terrifying aura spread out, causing countless people to turn pale with fright. What was even more terrifying was yet to come. Lin Feng immediately activated his force. His force and heaven-punishing fighting spirit overlapped. Lin Feng's battle strength soared crazily again. His battle intent rose to the peak. Sky rend. Lin Feng roared and slashed out with a saber light. The saber light instantly shot towards Lung Qianqiu. Lung Qianqiu sensed the terrifying power of the saber light, and his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly took out a defensive Dharma treasure to block it. However, the defensive Dharma treasure was torn apart. Puff! Then, the saber light split Lung Qianqiu in half. Lung Qianqiu, who was at the sixth firmament of the Yin-Yang realm. He was killed by Lin Feng. Chapter 747. The entire palace hall. There was complete silence. That was an expert at the sixth level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was killed in one move just like that. Wasn't this too unbelievable? But this was what happened in front of them. The cultivators from Cold Fiend Island were so scared that they sat on the ground, their faces pale. "Spare us! Spare us!" These cultivators knelt on the ground and begged Lin Feng to spare their lives. Lin Feng glanced at these people, a few Martial King cultivators. Kill them. It would dirty his hands. Lin Feng left the palace hall. Many people came back to their senses. "Oh, my God, who is that kid? Is he really only a Martial King?" A Martial King instantly killed someone at the sixth level of the Yin-Yang realm? How can he be a Martial King? I guess he must have hidden his cultivation level. But that kid looks only about 20 years old. If he hid his cultivation level, wouldn't his cultivation level be higher than Lung Qianqiu's? If he could instantly kill someone at the sixth level of the Yin-Yang realm? Many people discussed animatedly. They were shocked and moved. There were two possibilities. The first was that Lin Feng was a Martial King and instantly killed Lung Qianqiu. The second was that Lin Feng hit his cultivation level and instantly killed Lung Qianqiu. But no matter what, it was very heaven-defying. A cultivator who could reach the seventh or eighth level of the Yin-Yang realm at the age of 20 was definitely a heaven-defying figure. If a Martial King could instantly kill Lung Qianqiu, it would be even more heaven-defying. Lin Feng had already left the palace hall. Outside, black fog lingered. More and more cultivators arrived and entered the palace hall. There were also cultivators who rushed in other directions. There was an endless number of palaces. There was no end in sight. It was unknown how many palaces there were here. It was unknown how many years it had taken to build such a huge palace. Yet, there were so many of them here. It was unknown what this place was like in the past. There must be a huge secret hidden here. Lin Feng took out his storage bracelet. He planned to use his divine consciousness to invade it. Woo-woo-woo. Suddenly, a woman's cry came from the storage bracelet. He used his divine consciousness. Lin Feng was so scared that he almost threw the storage bracelet away. This was because he had sensed a woman who was surrounded by a dense aura of death. He looked like a ghost that had crawled out of hell. Lin Feng hurriedly withdrew his divine sense. Only then did he feel much better. What bracelet is this? Make me shudder with fear? It's not a simple storage bracelet. Lin Feng frowned. He transmitted his voice to Insect King and asked, "Insect King, do you know who left this bracelet behind?" The Insect King replied, "Master, this bracelet is said to have been left behind by one of the people who built these halls, who built such a huge palace complex." Lin Feng asked doubtfully, "This, I don't know." Bug King replied. Lin Feng nodded. He then transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord, although he did not expect the Demon Lord to answer him. However, he still wanted to give it a try. "Demon Lord, do you recognize this bracelet?" Lin Feng waved the storage bracelet in his hand. The Demon Lord sat on a lonely grave. He raised his eyes and looked at the bracelet in Lin Feng's hand. He revealed a strange expression and said, "This seems to be the bracelet of misfortune." Bracelet of misfortune? Lin Feng immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Since it had such a name, it was definitely not a good thing. The Demon Lord said, "The bracelet of misfortune is rumored to be the treasure of the ancient god of weak water." Later on, the ancient god of weak water was cast into the endless sea of weak water, never to be reborn again. The bracelet was soaked in the sea of weak water's water and was surrounded by the aura of misfortune. From then on, it became the bracelet of misfortune. Lin Feng was puzzled and asked, "Who is the ancient god of weak water?" The Demon Lord said, "Weak water is one of the ancient gods. She was originally the master of the endless weak water, but later on, she fell in love with a man who was transformed from a heavenly demon. As an ancient god, weak water was bewitched by the heavenly demon, causing the endless sea of weak water to be tainted with the heavenly demon's aura. This angered the gods, and they used their heaven-defying magic power to turn the sea of weak water into a terrifying land of death. The sea of weak water was also turned into an ocean of death. After the ancient god of weak water was suppressed, she was eternally tortured." Lin Feng asked, "That bracelet of misfortune shouldn't be harmful to me, right?" The Demon Lord gloated. "Rumor has it that whoever obtains the bracelet of misfortune will be plagued by misfortune. It's not a good thing for you to obtain it." Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. He said, "I'll just throw it away." There are some things that you can't throw away as you wish after obtaining them. The Demon Lord glanced at Lin Feng's arm, where there was an image of an ancient devil ring. "What should I do now?" Lin Feng asked. "With your cultivation level, you can't activate the bracelet of misfortune. Perhaps when you become stronger, the bracelet will form some sort of connection with you." The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng felt helpless and could only put the bracelet of misfortune away. Asterisk boom. Asterisk at that moment, a terrifying fluctuation came from the depths of the void. Two balls of light collided in the void. Two peerless experts were fighting. The Empress. Lin Feng was shocked. One of the two peerless experts was the Empress. The other was a middle-aged man. He looked very valiant, and his battle prowess was heaven-defying. That's the Great Void Paths expert from the Divine Temple. He's Tian Wufa's senior disciple. Some of the surrounding cultivators recognized the cultivator who was fighting with the Great Empress. Tian Wufa had been extremely arrogant, and he had wanted to take the Empress as his woman. In the end, he had almost been killed by the Empress. Although he had escaped with his life, he had lost an arm. Tian Wufa was highly valued in the Divine Temple. After all, he had only cultivated for 110 years, and he had already broken through to the creation realm. His future was limitless, but now that he had lost an arm, his potential had decreased greatly. That naturally infuriated the Divine Temple. Empress, rumor has it that your ship of the immemorial gods contains a shocking secret. You can use it to find the way to the immortal world. I'm very interested in that treasure. The great Void Path's voice was ice cold as he punched the Empress. You want my ship of the immemorial gods. I won't allow it. The Empress was also very strong. She waved her hand, and a Milky Way appeared and swept towards the great Void Path. Bang! The two sides collided, and the void cracked. The Empress is too strong. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at the Empress. She was the most beautiful woman on Tianmu University, peerless and enchanting. Her cultivation was heaven-defying. A man should conquer a woman like the Empress. The two sides clashed, and they were evenly matched. It won't be easy to defeat me. The Empress laughed. If the two of us join forces, will we be able to kill you? A cold voice sounded. An old man and a middle-aged cultivator stepped out of the void. Their auras were extremely terrifying. Their auras spread out. The palaces were shaking. Chapter 748. The Kinwu People's Elders. The imperial uncle of the great Xia Empire. It was actually these two people. Previously, Lin Feng had seen them enter the abyss with the Empress. The Kinwu People's Elder was called Jin Yuanlai. This person was a grand elder of the Kinwu people and had a high status. The Kinwu people's origins were extremely great. In the myths and legends, the ancestor of the Golden Crow race was the Celestial Emperor. At the end of the primordial era, the myriad worlds fell into an unprecedented chaotic war. This chaos was known as the Primordial War of the Gods. How did this war start? The fuse was the Kinwu people. One could vaguely understand the situation at that time from the myths and legends. The Celestial Emperor had 10 sons. The 10 sons lived on the Fusang tree. They were known as the Golden Crows. In the primordial era, the Golden Crow meant the incarnation of the sun. Every day, a golden crow would wake up and fly into the sky, turning into a divine sun. Usually, a divine sun would rise into the sky, but the 10 golden crows were unwilling to be restricted by this. They ignored the restrictions placed on them by the rules of heaven and earth. The 10 golden crows chose to rise into the sky at the same time, causing the scene of 10 suns rising into the sky. When the 10 suns rose into the sky, the ground was baked dry. Countless people died, tragically because of the drought. Among the primordial races, there was a race called the Witch Race. The Witch Race had produced 12 ancestral witches. Each of them was a shocking figure. 100 years after the 10 suns rose into the sky, a very outstanding leader appeared in the Witch Race. This leader was called Yao. He was called Di Yao by the world. Di Yao ruled a large territory. Seeing countless people die tragically because of the drought, Di Yao couldn't bear it. Di Yao went through a lot of hardships to find the 10 golden crows and begged them to let the people live. The 10 golden crows were furious. They killed Di Yao. Di Yao died tragically, and countless primordial races were devastated. Because Di Yao could be called the Sacred Emperor. He was diligent and loved the people, but he died tragically at the hands of the 10 golden crows. Di Yao's son, the 10-year-old Ho-Yi, swore to avenge his dead father. Later on, Ho-Yi found a mysterious meteorite from outer space and forged the sun-shooting divine bow and sun-shooting divine arrows. This sun-slaying divine bow was known as one of the 10 great primordial forbidden artifacts, the Ho-Yi bow. Ho-Yi drew his bow and shot. Shoot down the 9 suns. This was the story of Ho-Yi shooting down the sun. The Sky Emperor was furious. He killed Ho-Yi. Many ancient races were completely enraged because of this. First, Ho-Yi's father, Di Yao, was killed by the 10 golden crows for the sake of the world. Now, Yi was beheaded again. Many ancient races, led by the Wu tribe, started an unprecedented war against the heavenly court ruled by the heavenly emperor. And this great war swept through the heavens, with countless races participating in it. The heavenly court was destroyed. Countless ancient gods perished. This was the famous battle of the ancient gods. The end of this battle also announced the end of the most dazzling primordial era. As for this Jin Yuan lie in front of him, perhaps it was the golden crow descendant that Hou-Yi had not killed. Even though countless years had passed, Qinwu people's bloodline had long been diluted, but he was still powerful. The Great Xia Empire, on the other hand, was a power established at the end of the primordial age. It floated for billions of years. In the meantime, they had encountered calamities several times. However, this empire had been rebuilt once again. It had been passed down to this day, and was now the peak power of the Tianwu continent. Are the three of you going to gang up on me? I'm really scared. The empress looked pitiful and pitiful. Countless cultivators wanted to rush forward to protect the empress at this moment. But ordinary people could not even get close to the area where the empress and the three experts were fighting. They had not even gotten close, but they had already been torn apart by the shock waves of the battle. The empress is in trouble now. Lin Feng frowned slightly. TSK. I didn't expect you to be such an affectionate person. Have you taken a liking to the empress? The demon lord pursed his lips. Lin Feng said indifferently, So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Yes, you should get rid of those thoughts as soon as possible. How can you catch the empress' eye with your little cultivation? The demon lord attacked Lin Feng without holding back. Damn it, no one will think you're mute if you don't talk. Lin Feng cursed the demon lord in his heart. Of course, he did not dare to curse at the demon lord. Ever since the demon lord swallowed the spirit of the Tao treasure, he had awakened his consciousness. He was becoming more and more demonic. Lin Feng naturally would not provoke him. Boom. At this moment, the three experts launched powerful attacks against the empress. Golden Crow Claw, Supreme Sky Breaking Fist, Great Void Divine, / The three experts shouted at the same time. They leaped up. Each of them attacked. They swept over like a storm. They attacked the empress. The empress fought 1 against 3 and engaged in a fierce battle with the three experts. The three experts' auras were majestic. The more they fought, the stronger they became. And the empress was only one person. She had not cultivated for as long as the three experts. She was suppressed by the three experts. Many spectators saw that the empress was at a disadvantage in the battle. They all wanted to help the empress. Some of the cultivators even attacked. But in the end, they were killed by the shockwaves of the battle. Empress, how much longer can you last? The three experts sneered. Isn't it too early to be proud? The empress's eyes were cold. She waved her hand. Whoosh! Divine light surged, and the ship of the immemorial gods flew out. Seeing this ancient ship, the eyes of the three experts lit up. In the supreme ancient era, Di Yao joined forces with the gods to create this ship. Di Yao and the gods then rowed the ship and crossed the supreme ancient sea to find my ancestor. After that, he was killed by my ancestor. Initially, my ancestor wanted to take the ship, but who would have thought that the ship would be so powerful? It carried Di Yao's corpse and the gods of the supreme ancient era and escaped. Jin Yuanlia's eyes were burning. He talked about a secret from the primordial era. The ship of the immemorial gods was not simple. It hid a shocking secret. Attack. The three experts attacked at the same time. They wanted to kill the empress, seize the ancient ship. At this moment, the ancient ship became bigger. The empress stepped on the ancient ship. Receive the will of the immemorial gods. Descend, immortal will of the immemorial gods. The Empress's voice. It was fleeting. A mysterious shadow appeared above the ship of the immemorial gods. It was the immemorial gods. They gathered together. They were pushing a stone coffin. A valiant man lay in the coffin. That man seemed to be Emperor Yao, who was killed by the 10 golden crows. The will of the immemorial gods descended. Rays of immemorial divine light swept toward the 3 experts. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 experts were all sent flying by the shockwave. Humph! The 3 experts snorted angrily. Before they came, they had brought supreme treasures. 3 supreme Tao artifacts: Taishu sword, Fusong tree, Shenhuang bell. The 3 supreme treasures were summoned and collided with the ship of the immemorial gods. Bang! The sky fell and the earth cracked. The palaces collapsed. This kind of collision was too terrifying. Countless cultivators retreated in a sorry state. The 2 sides collided dozens of times, and the ground sank. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the ground caved in. Then, endless divine light poured out from the ground. Everyone looked at the cracked ground. When they saw the thing that appeared from the cracked ground, everyone's expression changed drastically. Chapter 749. Altar. It turned out to be a huge altar that covered more than 10 acres of land. This made everyone feel shocked and moved. This place, there was actually such a huge altar. Was this an altar left behind by the ancient era's powerhouses? Lin Feng looked carefully. Around the altar, there were huge statues. Some of the statues were in the form of gods and Buddhas. Some of the statues were in the form of ancient people. Some of the statues were in the form of heavenly demons. Some of the statues were in the form of ancient demons. These statues guarded the 4 sides of the altar. Every statue was lifelike, and on the altar, it was densely packed with ancient runes. Those runes were like the bodies of true dragons. They densely covered the entire huge altar. Why would such an altar appear? Lin Feng muttered. He suddenly remembered that he had an epiphany in the hall and entered the world of murals. Inside the world of murals, he had seen such an altar before. That was the altar built by the ancient people when they were offering sacrifices. Of course, the scale of the altar in front of him was far from being comparable to the one in front of him. The 4 powerhouses stopped fighting and quickly flew towards the altar. From all directions, cultivators were constantly rushing towards the altar. If such a huge altar could be activated, what would happen? Many people were muttering to themselves. The shock in their hearts was indescribable with words. Obviously, the secret hidden in this altar must be incomparably shocking. However, what kind of secret was hidden? They still needed to wait for everyone to dig it out. The 4 powerhouses were also observing the altar, frowning and thinking. True dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, vermilion bird, brilliant snake. Lin Feng looked at a corner of the altar. There were 5 sacred beasts, phantoms, carved there. 5 sacred beasts. They were not simple. They represented the supreme sacred beast, Great Tao. Powerful, mysterious, the leaders of countless beasts. This is Vajra, Arhat, Bodhisattva, ancient Buddha, and not far away, Lin Feng saw a picture of Buddhism. What's the use of this altar? There are actually all sorts of carvings? Lin Feng frowned. At this time, the 4 experts wanted to activate the altars, but he failed. They couldn't activate this huge altar. More and more cultivators heard the news and rushed over. Everyone was shocked when they saw the huge altar. 3 days later, sounds of venting could be heard from outside. Granny Tianshan is here, someone said. This caused a huge sensation. Sky Mountain was located in the West State. This was an ancient force with a long history. Moreover, it was very mysterious. The Granny of Tianshan was the hierarch of Tianshan. Not long after, an old woman walked over while being surrounded by a myriad of stars. This old woman held a dragon-headed walking stick in her hand. She had a snow-white head and was awe-inspiring without being angry. This old woman was Granny Tianshan. The arrival of Granny Tianshan caused a huge commotion. This was because Granny Tianshan was a powerful spiritual array master. Furthermore, it was widely rumored that Granny Tianshan had already reached the level of a saint-level spirit array master. I wonder if the rumors are true, but regardless of whether this rumor was true or not, Granny Tianshan was at least a peak heaven stage spirit array master. Because 1,000 years ago, at the Spirit Array Master Conference in Zhongzhou, Granny Tianshan had appeared and displayed her powerful Spirit Array Master realm. At that time, Granny Tianshan was already a peak heaven stage Spirit Array Master. Now, 1,000 years had passed. Who knew how powerful Granny Tianshan was? Fellow cultivator of Tianshan, Jin Yuanlai, the Great Void Sect, and Siqi all cupped their fists at Granny Tianshan. Granny Tianshan smiled slightly and returned the greeting. The Empress stood not far away and didn't move. She didn't know Granny Tianshan. Fellow cultivator of Tianshan, you came at the right time. Take a look at this altar and see if there's anything mysterious about it. Jin Yuanlai couldn't wait to ask. Granny Tianshan said, Fellow cultivators, don't be anxious. Let me take a look. Granny Tianshan walked on the huge altar. She observed the array patterns and drawings on the altar and frowned slightly from time to time. It was obvious that she was thinking, Granny Tianshan is very likely a saint-level spirit array master. She should be able to see the mystery of this altar. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but think. He then transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord and asked, What do you think of this altar, Demon Lord? The Demon Lord said, I can naturally see the mystery of this altar. If you want to know, you can exchange a drop of immortal divine blood for it. Then forget it. Lin Feng shrugged. The immortal divine blood was very precious. He wouldn't use it to make a deal with the Demon Lord. Moreover, Granny Tianshan might be able to discover the secret of the altar. There was no need to make a deal with the Demon Lord. Fellow cultivator of Tianshan, can you see the mystery? Asked the Great Void Path. Said Granny Tianshan. In the ancient times, sacrificial altars were built, and there were 5 types of altars. The first type was ordinary altars, which could be used to worship fake gods, like mountain gods. The second type was called psychic altars, which could be used to worship small gods, like river gods. The third type was called Great Tao altars, which could be used to worship true gods, like dragon kings. The fourth type was called Heavenly Tao altars, which could be used to worship ancient gigantic gods. The fifth type was called Destiny altars, and according to legends, the Destiny altars were the most mysterious altars which could be used to worship gods and Buddhas. There were countless living beings on top of the altars, which could be used to communicate with destiny. I think this altar is the Destiny altar from the legends. Even in the ancient times, the gigantic gods who could create the Destiny altar were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The altar of destiny. Many people were shocked. The word destiny, it made people's imaginations run wild. Siqi couldn't help but ask, can fellow cultivator of Tianshan open the altar of destiny? The altar of destiny is mysterious even in the ancient times. Once it's opened, nobody knows what will happen. Maybe we'll all die here. "We might all die here," said Granny Tianshan gloomily. Her words made many people's expressions change. Si Chi, the Great Void Path, and Jin Yuanlai couldn't help but frown. The Great Void Path clenched his teeth and said, "We've seen such a mysterious altar of destiny in the ancient times. If we don't carefully examine the secrets of the altar of destiny, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives. Therefore, fellow cultivator of Tianshan, please think of a way to open the altar of destiny." "That's right. Fellow cultivator of Tianshan, please help us." The Great Void Path and Jin Yuanlai said, "Since that's the case, I'll try and see if I can open the altar of destiny." As soon as she finished speaking, Granny Tianshan flew into the air and formed thousands of inscriptions with her dragon-headed cane. Those inscriptions all entered the altar of destiny. So powerful! How powerful is her soul? How can she control so many inscriptions? It seems like the rumors of Granny Tianshan becoming a saint-level spirit array master aren't baseless. Lin Feng looked at Granny Tianshan in shock. Rumble, at that moment, the altar of destiny started to shake violently. Next, the densely packed palaces in the distance all shot out huge pillars of light in all directions. They were all huge pillars of light. All of the pillars of light shone on the altar of destiny. Stars around the moon. Lin Feng was shocked. In the darkness, the palaces of light were like stars. The huge altar of destiny was like a bright moon. After countless rays of light entered the altar of destiny, the true dragon array inscriptions on the altar of destiny seemed to awaken. Countless inscriptions emitted shocking waves of energy. Boom! Next, a pillar of light that was as thick as a mountain shot out from the altar of destiny. That pillar of light shot towards the 9 heavens as if it was connected to the endless starry sky. In the huge pillar of light, a flight of stairs that led to the endless starry sky appeared. Heavens, the altar of destiny has changed. Where does that flight of stairs lead to? Countless shocked gazes looked at the mysterious flight of stairs that appeared in the pillar of light. Inside the demon orb, the demon lord, who was sitting on a lonely grave, looked at the mysterious flight of stairs. Chapter 750. The stairway to heaven appeared. Where did it lead to? Everyone's gaze was fixed on the stairway to heaven in the light pillar. Where did it lead to? After a short moment of shock, the Empress was the first to rush up the stairway. When she entered the pillar of light and stepped onto the stairway, she disappeared without a trace. Why did the Empress disappear? Many people were puzzled. Granny of Tianshan, the Great Void Path, Jin Yuanlai, Chi Chi. The 4 powerhouses did not stop. They quickly climbed up the stairway and disappeared without a trace. They didn't disappear. After they climbed up the stairway concealed their whereabouts. A cultivator said, "There must be an opportunity on the stairway." Many cultivators said excitedly. Then they rushed up the stairway. Get lost! But at this moment, a powerhouse appeared and rushed up the stairway. With a sweep of his palm, hundreds of people were sent flying. Whoa! Many people vomited blood. The bodies of some of the weaker cultivators exploded, and they were directly killed. The person who attacked was an extremely terrifying existence. He was dressed in a black robe and emitted a cold aura. He seemed to be a demonic cultivator. That demonic cultivator disappeared into the stairway. Then 3 more figures appeared. They were as fast as lightning. They also rushed up the stairway. 4 more powerful cultivators appeared. Lin Feng was speechless. The Great Void Path, Chi Chi, Wen Jin Yuanlai, and the other 2 attacked the Empress. The 4 of them did not appear, but obviously they must be hiding in the dark to observe. Now that the stairway to heaven appeared, They could not wait to rush up. After the 4 powerful cultivators entered the stairway, the rest of the cultivators rushed in one after another. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng entered the stairway. When he entered the world of the stairway, he found that there was another world inside. It was as if this was an independent world. Looking into the distance, he could see the blue sky, the clouds, and the palace floating in the clouds. Lin Feng quickly walked up the stairway. Soon, Lin Feng found that the higher he went, the stronger the pressure he felt. Obviously, the stairway to heaven could not be unlimited. If one's cultivation was not enough, they would not be able to go far on the stairway. One day later, Lin Feng arrived at the first level of the celestial stairway. Immortal mist lingered in the distance, and a group of palaces stretched out continuously. Many cultivators rushed towards the palaces. This heaven stairway world actually created such a strange shape. What kind of place is this celestial stairway world? Lin Feng frowned. The demon lord said, "This is a world created by imitating the 33 layers of heaven." 33 layers of heaven? Lin Feng was surprised. The demon lord continued, "The undying world has 33 layers of heaven, and each time you climb a layer, the difficulty will greatly increase. However, if you are able to reach the next layer, you will obtain great benefits. In the first layer of the undying world, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the treasures of heaven and earth, and the inheritances of ancient cultivators are far from comparable to the second layer of the undying world, and the second layer can't be compared to the third. If a person needs 3,000 years to reach the God realm in the first layer of heaven, then it might only take 10 years in the 33rd layer of heaven. If a person obtains a powerful Tao artifact in the first layer of heaven, they might be able to rely on it to dominate the world. However, in the 33rd layer of heaven, Tao artifacts can be found everywhere." Lin Feng said, "So, since this place is an imitation of the undying world's 33 layers of heaven, does that mean that the higher you go, the more precious and rare the treasures are?" The demon lord nodded and said, "In theory, that's indeed the case." Lin Feng suddenly felt strange. Normally, when he asked the demon lord some questions, the demon lord would make him pay the undying divine blood. But today, the demon lord had taken the initiative to answer his questions. It was as rare as the sun rising from the west. Lin Feng felt that the demon lord had something to ask of him, or else he definitely wouldn't have taken the initiative to explain this heaven stairway world to him. Lin Feng asked, "Do you have something to ask of me?" The demon lord coughed dryly to hide his awkwardness. He said, "Later, I will bring you to the 33rd layer of heaven. Go there and see if there are any heavenly demonic stones. Help me get the heavenly demonic stone." The 33rd layer of heaven? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He said, "The pressure in this place is very strong. The higher you go, the stronger the pressure. With my cultivation, I'm afraid I won't be able to reach the 33rd layer of heaven." "I can help you," the demon lord said. "With your strength, you can go find the heavenly demonic stones yourself," Lin Feng said. He couldn't wait for the demon lord to leave the demon orb. As long as the demon lord left, Lin Feng would immediately leave. This place was an opportunity. He didn't want it anymore. To be able to get rid of the demon lord. This was the greatest opportunity. The demon lord said, "The 33rd layer of heaven will suppress everything with spirituality. When I reach the 33rd layer of heaven, I won't be able to leave the demon orb at all. Even if I can, I will be instantly sent back into the demon orb." Lin Feng said, "Those 9 experts will definitely go to the 33rd layer of heaven. I don't want to die there." The demon lord said, "You don't have to be afraid. The 33rd layer of heaven is a forbidden space. They won't be able to use their magic and can only use their physical strength. You cultivate the ancient dragon-esque elephant technique, so your physical strength can surpass gods and demons of the same level. Although those people are much stronger than you, they won't be able to use their magic, so they won't necessarily be a match for you. I might be able to defeat them in a one-on-one fight with my physical strength, but there are 9 of them. If I go up there, the risk is too great. Lin Feng said indifferently. The demon lord gritted his teeth in anger and said coldly, "Kid, you just want some benefits, don't you? Just say it." Lin Feng said, "Is this the attitude you use when asking someone to do something for you? You better correct your attitude, because I have the right to refuse to cooperate with you. Kid, if we were in the ancient era, someone like you wouldn't even have the right to talk to me." The demon lord said coldly. "The ancient era? You're from the ancient era?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. The demon lord remained silent. He said, "If you agree, after this matter is over, if you encounter any danger, I will save you once. How about it?" "Deal." Next, Lin Feng didn't stop and continued to head up. The 33rd layer of heaven. Obviously, there was nothing good down there. When Lin Feng arrived at the 15th layer, he felt a shocking fluctuation coming from the depths of the 15th layer. Lin Feng was just about to enter the 15th layer. Suddenly, at the entrance of the 15th layer, a cultivator attacked Lin Feng, sending a palm strike towards Lin Feng's chest. He wanted to kill Lin Feng right there and then. This person's attack was too fast.